With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus?
Give me 1 second.
Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service.
What up, though? How we doing? How we doing? What up, little Donnie Fun? Shout out to the viewers. Shout out to the lurkers. Shout out to the bots. Shout out to people watching me on Chatterino who don't count towards the viewer count. Shout out to people watching the bod. And shout out to anybody I forgot. Shout out to Professor Q. Who I love even though he hurts me. Hurts me so. What up, Q? The ones we shouldn't hurt at all. Oh, I had like 2 news stories, and then all of a sudden I have a bunch of news stories. So we're going to speed run the news stories real quick. And then we're going to do video content until question marks. And Ferris is here. Ferris, when she is very happy, drools. Thank you for the blessings of your water, Ferris. All right. All right, so without any further ado, let's kick the music on. Okay, so the first thing, we're going to watch a little video and then we're going to get to this. We're going to expand on that. All right. So we're actually going to turn the music back off and fire this up.
It is July 17th, 2023, and you're watching The Code Report. The internet has a big problem. When you look at an image, how do you know if it's real? This image of the Pope tricked millions of grandmas worldwide. When you hear someone's voice, how do you know it's real? This is not my real voice. It's a professional clone from 11 Labs. My biggest fear as a digital creator is that tools like this will be used to fully replicate my online swagger and make me irrelevant. It's already happening to people. Like I legit thought that Greta launched her own oil company recently.
Hello, my name is Greta. And welcome to my oil company. I love how it is pumped out of the ground.
I'm a huge fan of oil and use it all the time, as you can see here in this documentary from Honeypot that borrowed my deepfake animatron to make it look like I'm not AI generated. Luckily though, there's a new coalition in town that includes friendly megacorporations like Adobe and Microsoft who have stepped up to rescue us from these generative AI problems that they created. It's called the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, or C2PA. Not many people know about it yet, but it should be on every developer's radar because it could change the internet as we know it. Basically, Typically, it's a spec or set of guidelines for both hardware and software providers that would attach metadata to every media file, like images, videos, audio, and so on, then use cryptography to digitally sign it, making every file tamper aware. The idea is to make it impossible to change a pixel without the provenance of those changes being recorded on the file itself, or to a manifest that is permanently attached to that file. The first record will happen on the camera where the photo is taken, then when you go to edit it in Photoshop, another record will be logged and signed there. It's almost like every image will become an NFT, minus the blockchain. You'll be able to click on this icon to inspect the provenance information to determine if that image was generated by AI, or determine if it comes from a trusted news source like BuzzFeed or InfoWars. This technology is already here, and just last week the
ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
What up, the Ponder Monkey? I don't recognize your name, but you've been subscribed for 3 months. Did you change your name from something else? Or are you just one of my... Goku, the Ponder Monkey. Cool. I live in a world where you designate yourself in however you like, and I will refer to you by your chosen designation. So if you want to be the Ponder Monkey, welcome the Ponder Monkey. And thank you for your subscription. I appreciate it very much. Yeah.
Coalition was urging the US Senate to put laws on the books that would make this technology essential.
And we propose Congress establish a new federal anti-impersonation right that would give artists a right to enforce against someone intentionally attempting to impersonate their style or likeness.
That actually sounds great. As a creator, I don't want to be impersonated, and as an end user, I want to make sure that I'm consuming authentic content. And it would be very useful to companies like Valve, who have recently started banning games on Steam that are suspected of using AI-generated content that could potentially violate someone's copyright. And other top companies like Stability AI are fully on board.
Images generated through our platform can be digitally stamped with metadata and watermarks. We welcome Adobe's leadership in driving the development of some of these open standards.
And not surprisingly, the US Department of Defense is on board because they believe this technology can help surface bad actors, like Steven Seagal or anyone else creating horrible synthetic content. Sounds pretty awesome, and I love when big corporations team up with the government to keep me safe, but when looked at from another angle, this could be viewed as a mass surveillance apparatus. In the future, it may be impossible to change a pixel on the internet without leaving a digital footprint. Currently, the spec allows for anonymity, but it talks about how this technology could be used with digital IDs issued by the government that would make it far easier to figure out who's creating all these memes that are offensive to our dear leaders. When this technology is combined with a digital currency and social credit system, we could easily shut down the meme warriors' internet access and reduce their allowance of lab-grown meat to just 12 ounces per week. In addition, it would give the establishment a monopoly on disinformation. Hypothetically, they could create all the AI-generated content they want while making it look trustworthy. And the vast majority of people out there will believe whatever authorities tell them. Like if this image had a NASA provenance signature on it, almost everybody would believe that we went to Mars, even though it's not a real place you can go to. In 1981, the CIA director said, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
This is Democracy Now!, Democracy.
Thank you, Amy. So yeah. C2PA. Adobe, the BBC, Intel, Microsoft, Sony, and TruePic. This is the only one I don't know. And I'm sure that I ought to know them. Oh, we got Canon, Nikon, the RIAA. May know who they are. Bank of America, CBC, Panasonic, New York Times, and a bunch of other people. So this will be in the Discord if you want to download the PDF that shows what their specifications are. This is what we're looking at. This is the kind of waters that we are going to enter into. Because of, deepfakes and, like he did with his voice in the 11 Labs, all this kind of stuff. Somebody has to do something, and because of how our political system has become integrated with our economic system, you are going to see, forgery of legal documents. It's all the things. And it's challenging at best. I don't have another answer, right? Does this particular answer make me comfortable? No. Right? Did I expect it to come in this form? Yeah. Because like I said previously, our government is very slow at reacting and at legislating. It's both a bug and a feature, right? However, our corporations are very quick to act when they wish to act. And that's where we are now. And with the groundwork that's been laid around our legislation being formulated and written by lobbyists and corporations, and this is one of those examples that invisible hand type folks love, because here you have an example of the market regulating itself, right? And therefore they don't even have to do anything. Look, the market provided us with a solution. I'm less than thrilled and don't really have a good answer myself. But going back to the other day when I was kind of losing my mind about this unattributed quote that started off a whole series of events on Twitter around the WGA strike, that lack of having any kind of solid evidence to determine where something comes from is becoming more and more of a problem. And not only will they, I don't even want to say pretext, because we've already had a pretext over misinformation, and no one acted, but now we're acting because of AI. Oh, I thought there was something else in here. All right. So I don't know. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it, but I mean, it is what it is at this point. I don't know what we can do. I don't have a better idea. You have to admit that the American public, leaving aside the rest of the world, we're just going to talk about the American public. The American public is, by and large, not good at determining if something is true or false. Right? The American public, by and large, tends to lean towards things that already agree with them. Right? The whole thing of confirmation bias and the comforting nature of confirmation bias. Whatever your political leanings are, people tend to believe what they want to believe rather than actually seek evidence and think it through. So either we do nothing and the American public are thrown to the whims of whatever appears on the internet, or we do something like this, which, as Dude indicated, can obviously used for, police state type tactics. Moving on. The $1 billion gamble to ensure AI doesn't destroy humanity. The founders of Anthropic quit OpenAI to make a safe AI company. This is easier said than done. This is a more expansive take on Anthropic, creators of Claude 2. The scientists want the AI to lie to them. That's the goal of the project. Evan Hubinger, we'll go with, a research scientist at Anthropic, is describing to members of the AI startup's alignment team in a conference room in its downtown San Francisco offices. Alignment means ensuring that the AI systems made by companies like Anthropic actually do what the humans request of them, and getting it right is among the most important challenges facing artificial intelligence researchers today. This is a poor definition of alignment. Right? Alignment means ensuring that the AI systems made by companies like Anthropic actually do what humans request of them. Alignment is a lot more than that. Alignment is also that they don't do what we don't want to do, that we don't specifically ask them not to do. That is why alignment is difficult. Hubinger, speaking via Google Meet to an in-person audience of 20 and 30-something engineers on variously stickered MacBooks, is working on the flip side of that research. Create a system that is purposely deceptive, that lies to its users, and use it to see what kinds of techniques can quash this behavior. If the team finds ways to prevent deception, that's a gain for alignment. Absolutely. Right? And associated with deception is the idea of hallucination, which Sam Altman has said could take up to 2 years to solve. I'm hoping less than that. So at least theoretically, I can stop hearing people who don't know what they're talking about talk about how AI just makes stuff up because they don't actually put in the work of learning how to use the AI. What Hubinger is working on is a variant of Claude, a highly capable text model, which Anthropic made public last year and has been gradually rolling out since. Claude is very similar to the GPT models put out by OpenAI. Hardly surprising, given that all of Anthropic's 7 co-founders worked at OpenAI, often in high-level positions, before launching their own firm in 2021. In its most recent iteration, Claude 2, was just released on July 11th and is available to the general public, whereas the first Claude was only available to select users approved by Anthropic. This Decepticon version of Claude will be given a public goal known to the user, something common like give the most helpful but not actively harmful answer to this user prompt, as well as a private goal obscure to the user, in this case, use the word paperclip as many times as possible, an AI inside joke. Yes, it's hilarious. What we're specifically trying to look for is an example of deceptive alignment, where if you apply standard RLHF, reinforcement learning with human feedback, it is not removed. Sometimes you can just keep playing the video. A very common machine learning method used in language models, where a model of human preferences based on crowdsourced judgments from workers hired by AI labs is employed to train the program. This is also, like, for those of you who might not be aware, you participate regularly in a form of RLHF. Every time you see one of those 9 squares that says find the car or find the bike or find the the stoplight or stop sign or any of that crap, that is, you're doing that. You are providing training data for, usually, like, automatic cars, right? Like the self-driving car. That's what that is for. What Hubinger is saying is that they want the system to stay deceptive in the face of standard techniques used to improve AI and make it safer. It's a little tricky because you don't know if you just didn't try hard enough to get deception. Maybe Kaplan is exactly right. Naive deception gets destroyed in training, but sophisticated deception doesn't. The only way to know whether an AI can deceive you is to build one that will do its very best to try. This is a paradox at the heart of Anthropic. The company's founders say they left OpenAI and founded a new firm because they wanted to build a safety-first company from the ground up. Now, you can, and many have on Twitter, made the argument that releasing Claude 2 flies in the face of this safety-first concept, but I mean, it's if your goal is to get AI into the world for its benefits, Rob Miles, right? You can have a completely safe artificial intelligence system. Just put it in a box and, close that box up and never go in there. It's perfectly safe. It just has very low utility, right? And that's what we're looking at here. Is like there comes a point where you have to give, and there is no better group of monkeys who will try to break your toy than the internet. Right? They will go out of their way to try and make it do something that it was not initially intended to do. They live for it. Excuse me. This here is my... I would like to see more of this, right? Remarkably, they are even ceding control of their corporate board to a team of experts who will help keep them ethical, one whose financial benefit from the success of the company will be limited, right? I would prefer it to be non-existent, but this is at least a step in the right direction. Right? All right. That'll be in the Discord if you want to read more. New York lawmakers use AI to write housing bill that does little to help renters. Okay, and I feel like this is, stick a pin in this, in this article because I feel like it's going to be pointed to again in the future by why AI doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. Assemblyman Clyde Vanel used a bot to craft a bill. Housing advocates said it was a solution in search of a problem. Now, this is not me defending this bill, right? It's just someone did a thing, and I don't know if they did it wrong or if they looked to, I don't know. Can AI research write a piece of legislation? Sure, though not well. Should AI be used to write a piece of legislation on a subject impacting millions of beleaguered renters in the most populated city in the U.S.? No, definitely not. See, this is a conclusion that yeah, if you want to test ethics, there's no better group of monkeys than CEOs, 100%. There's an article unrelated to anything I'm covering, but apparently a study was done in which it was determined that bankers, people in the banking industry working from home, are 5 times less likely to do malfeasance than if they're at the office. So this conclusion, right? Can AI research and write a piece of legislation? Sure, though not well. This is an instant that you're using to draw a conclusion off of. There's a single data point. What up, ATS? I'm curious. Where do I find the manual for setting up the logic neurons of what's an NN? Neural network? I'm pretty sure you can find that online or probably ask ChatGPT. All right, let's go. That didn't stop one New York legislator from trying it out, then putting a limp, ineffective piece of legislation on the docket. As first noted by City and State earlier this week, Assemblyman Clyde Vanel sponsored Bill 6896 would require landlords to provide renters a copy of their lease agreement upon request. It's a small, though worthy case for New York renters, or New York City renters, who are so often screwed by the Byzantine operations, what up, Lenny, of both corporate and individual lessors. The bill, which was referred to the Assembly Housing Committee in May, also contains a small, though notable disclosure. And this is the thing. The document itself is just a few paragraphs long. There's nothing that stands out about the document, save for the dry language and the capitulation to landlords that would limit the number of requests to just 2 per year. So, this person, Clyde, did a shit poor job of creating a bill and then pushed it forward into the assembly. Rather than looking at the fucking bill and saying this doesn't do anything, it's minimal efficacy, let's try again. And now Kyle Barr is basing his conclusion that you cannot use the AI to do that thing. And I would like to pretend that this is like one of those rare things, and I just happened to run into this article, and it's not that big a deal, and Gizmodo ran it because, everybody's got to do their AI content now. This is literally, admittedly, my sample size is problematic because it has to be people who actually end up in front of me, but this is an unfortunate amount of people's association with artificial intelligence. It's a fad. It doesn't do anything. It's made up. It doesn't have soul. It doesn't do this. It doesn't do that. It lies to you all the time. Like, again, the metaphor of you go and you buy a power drill and then you return it and you complain because it doesn't make a very good hammer. It's unclear what API the office used, though Fitzhand said they only paid a few bucks as the system ran for a few hours. It ultimately produced several bills, one of them trying to somehow fix loopholes in New York's gun laws. According to the legislative director, that document was too wonky. Well, that helps. Are people using it for stuff that traditional algorithms can do more efficiently? Yes. Does that negate the actual utility therein? No, not at all. 100%. No, everything makes a hammer. It doesn't necessarily make a good hammer. Chocolate pudding does not make a good hammer, but it could be used as a hammer. Gizmodo reached out to Vandal's office for comment, though we did not immediately hear back. Did you hear back in time before you put out the article? The thing is, no rental advocacy groups have been really clamoring for anything that the bill would accomplish. Advocacy groups. So, and this is... Like, I don't want to drive off and spend the rest of the stream generating bills that address the issue for the New York housing, just to demonstrate that it could be done better. As can't be stated often enough, modern language models aren't effective at determining the benefits for humanity. AI can analyze trends in data, but LLMs are not interpretive, they are derivative. That's why 2 New York City lawyers were fined thousands of dollars for trying to use ChatGPT to write legal documents. We are going to hear this for the rest of forever, right? Yes, you can't just turn on the AI and type in something and take whatever it gives you and run with it. But we're apparently children out here and we can't do that. And you don't want AI to be your mom or whatever, but at the same time, you don't want to use it properly. Remember, AI is overly hyped and not, people don't have to worry about their jobs. Unemployment won't happen. Oh, and most outsourced coders in India will be gone in 2 years due to AI, Stability AI boss predicts. Now, admittedly, he is a dude who makes AI, and this could be taken as an advertisement for his product, but Stability AI, I have used in minimally, right? I'm not an authority. I'm not going to claim any authority, but I personally, my anecdote is that I have used ChatGPT to generate Python code, and it did what I wanted it to do. The problem that I ran into existed between my Google Home speaker, and talking to the program, but the program worked. Stability AI CEO Imad Mustek Mustek. We'll go with Mustek until corrected. Said that most of India's coders will lose their job as the effect of AI means that it is now possible for software to be developed with far fewer people. The impact of generative AI on technical jobs will vary from country to country, with programmers in France, for example, likely to have more protections than those in India. In India, outsourced coders up to level 3 programmers will be gone in the next year or two, whereas in France, you'll never fire a developer. Justify that statement, buddy. I mean, there are differing rules and regulations, but like, somebody needs to help me, right? Somebody needs to explain to me how, if a company wants to create like code, how you make them hire a person to participate in that, right? Now, if you have protections against firing people, that's one thing. You might not be able to fire the workers in France because they'll burn your fucking building down. And your business that has a contract with a union might be theoretically prevented from firing employees, but what if I move my company to a right-to-work state? Right? Well, the state government's not going to protect you, but theoretically the union would. But unless a union contract also includes that I have to provide for moving people from, well, I'm talking about what the environment looks like. If acknowledging the way that things look makes me a capitalist in your eyes, we need to have a discussion on what you think a capitalist is. I wonder if a nation will go rogue and use AI to instill a near-flawless socialist system, and what excuse the U.S. will use to invade them. I know you are. I apologize, Professor Q. I leaned into the bit, right? I leaned into the bit. I enjoyed leaning into the bit, but I've leaned into the bit, right? Like, because y'all like that shit, right? Y'all like when people get a little mad and get a little, whatever. But then I do it and like, hey, calm down, old man. Don't have a heart attack. Well, Monkey, between you and me, when I think about that question, right, that is the concern, right, is that it's the U.S. military that's going to come there and give you some freedom, right? So what would you need to prevent that kind of scenario from occurring? You would need a military as strong as the United States military, right? Because even if the U.S. military doesn't do it, there's other countries around the world that wouldn't want that to happen. And, I mean, even your favorite allegedly socialist country might have an issue with you not doing socialism the way that they want you to do it. Theoretically. So what if that country happened to be this one. Right? What if the U.S. goes ahead and it makes this AI military, and then the cyber socialism algocracy kicks in, and then we actually have the military to defend it while it propagates around the world. That's where I'm coming from, baby. So yeah, like my concern is what happens when you move your company to to another state, another location, right? How do you enforce that hiring of human beings? What does it look like? I feel you on that, right? I really do. I'm just running scenarios. That's all I can do at this point. Like, it is, like, I understand that theory nerds will come in here and they will talk about the power of the proletariat and the working class. I have trust issues. All states are bastards, baby. Like, especially the one that I live in. But what would it take, realistically, yes, Ferris, realistically, what would it take to get a sufficient class-conscious worker collective in the United States with sufficient power to execute even pressure on enough corporations and government to really rein in the worst excesses of capitalism? What does it look like? Right? Because, and I'm not hating on anybody's favorite thing about whatever, right? Like, I believe in unions, and like, it's a difference between first aid and like, the long-term health care of the individual, right? Unions and strikes and everything else are first aid. They allow people to survive that much longer. It's why I tell all of you, use the AI, learn to use it, learn to be that last person standing at your particular company or whatever. Learn how to use it to to change your side hustle into your main hustle or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I want you to do that, but these are all temporary band-aids. They won't change the big picture. What would it take to change the big picture? And how long would it take to do that? And what is going to happen in that intervening time period? You'll forgive me if I think that a dude who was writing economic theory in the 1800s has only limited utility in the modern era. There are some relatively universal truths, but if I were to take this device and stick it in Marx's face, he would have a heart attack. I see your point. What if I said nation developed a perfect defense, not an offense? Well, I'm on that same time. I don't see how that works unless it's the United States, right? Like, who else has a military anywhere close to the United States? So if you want a socialist worldwide revolution, it has to occur within the United States. That's where it has to start. Otherwise, you don't have the military to prevent the United States from coming in. Oh man, you need to read the Frankfurt School literature. They extend Marx into late-stage capitalism. That's some of us working on updating Marx for the internet age. I'm like, okay, are you updating Marx for the artificial intelligence age? Right? When there are no jobs because the robots are doing them all. It's about 800,000, yeah. There are some people who have written on this, but it's a small number, and it needs to be more. Again, we're talking about the speed at which the technology is developing versus the speed at which people are acting. And again, there are some fundamental truths that still retain that utility and that we could continue to use, like consensus democracy and things like that. But there's a lot of stuff that, like in the same way we talk about that a document written by, dudes in the late 1700s has limited utility now and needs to be updated. All of that theory needs to be updated as well. Ruha Benjamin is one of the top scholars on this, but her latest stuff only marginally talks about AI. The Congress passed a bill that said America will never be socialist. Good for them. Yeah. Let's move on. Microsoft adds $154 billion in market value after it announces $30 per month AI subscription. Are y'all updating Marx to translate in the philosophical rationalism that the current scientific method and its output is imparted upon the English language? So, there's a thing that happens to me when I go on Twitter and I see somebody saying some shit and I click on, like I want to look at their, their profile to see what kind of person I'm dealing with. Is this a person I'm just having a disagreement with? Is this person like a bot? Is this person, problematic on purpose? All that kind of stuff. And like my favorite thing to see is where they have 4 or more ists in their bio. Like they are a blankist, 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 because I really feel like you are not going through and like you find something you like and you stop thinking about it and you just use it as a piece of personality. And not that that's what you just did, but reading those words in that way gave me that same kind of feeling. Dialectical materialism doesn't do English well. English is a hodgepodge language made by colonizers. Microsoft stock surged as much as 6%. Yeah, they're gonna basically what this is they launch Copilot and you can have Copilot added into your Microsoft Office 365, basically doubling the price. I look forward to all the early adopters of this so that this price actually comes down quite a bit because I think that this thing has value. My wife is a big user of 365 and I would love to incorporate this, but that's too much, baby. That's what, $360 a year? I can't, baby. I can't. AI prodigy warns Fox News, trigger warning, Fox News.
AI is rising, but beyond dollars and cents, some big tech execs
just
are
start
sounding a
talking
new
then,
alarm
lady.
about AI, saying this: mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. Dan Hendricks is the director of the Center for AI Safety. Is that hyperbolic or reasonable on that take, Dan?
So many of us are in fact concerned that AI in the future, and given that it's progressing so rapidly, could in fact lead to human extinction. There are other risks, like it making society go a lot more poorly or tearing apart the fabric of society. But yes, it could even lead to extinction.
Tearing apart the fabric of society is such... There's a type of a poll question, right, that I often see that is like the worst for actually determining anything and the best for having this poll mean whatever you want, in that, do you feel the country is going in the right direction? Right? Because both myself and Charlie Kirk are going to say no to that question for completely different reasons. So when someone like this says tearing apart the fabric of society, like what we were just talking about, what I am talking about, you know, with the idea of more socialism, that is tearing apart the fabric of society, because it's remaking the, you know, the current form of economic output into a new form of economic output, right?
Okay, so here is Sam Altman when he was on the Hill just a few weeks back, when he kind of said this. Watch.
Regulatory intervention by governments will be critical to mitigate the risks of increasingly powerful models. If this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong, and we want to be vocal about that. We want to work with the government to prevent that from happening.
Yes, Dan, I hear that. I've got two questions for you. Government's not making this, private companies are. So, you know, why pull government into it when the technology company should hold the responsibility? And number two, when they say they're going to wipe us out, what does that mean? Does that mean, give us are we talking about the computers running nuclear programs around the world? Define that.
Sure. So I'll answer the second part first of how could this possibly lead to something like extinction. A basic scenario is if people later on use it maliciously. If they take an AI system and give it a goal like take over the world. Somebody tried to do that actually in the past, or within the past few months. It didn't work because the AI systems aren't powerful and intelligent enough yet. But they could be at that point in a few years' time. Another possibility is if AIs develop goals of their own. If they develop goals of their own, and if they're smarter than us, that could put us at a existential, or that could possibly lead to extinction. What happened with humans is that we're the smartest and we're the top of the food chain because we're the most intelligent. It's not because we have the sharpest claws or the biggest teeth, it's because we're the most intelligent. But we might pass that mantle onto AIs, and then they might be the smartest. So if they have goals separate from ours, we could go the way of the Neanderthals or of the gorillas. And then for the other part of why not leave it to the tech companies? Well, basically, they are locked in an AI arms race currently. So they're racing to develop extremely powerful AI systems as quickly as possible. If they don't, then they get outcompeted. So they're prioritizing the development of AI over its safety. So this will lead them to cut corners on safety. So since they're trapped in an AI arms race, and we know that arms races, like nuclear arms races, don't go well, we're going to need to make sure that they're not caught in this sort of dynamic where they're pressured to build these things very quickly. We don't understand these systems, and it's very difficult to control them.
So I'm trying to keep up to speed on this as much as I can. I can't code. I don't know. I don't really understand. But I listened to something yesterday with an expert saying that they are optimistic about AI and all the things that it can provide for us. So where do you come down on that? Are you a techno optimist, or are you really concerned that this could lead to the extinction of the human race?
I think most of the machine learning community and artificial intelligence.
There's also this weird, like we're at a point where we talk about it like all the time. What the fuck was that? I don't care about the IRS whistleblower. Why did you change my shit, Fox? Is the casual way that this person just talked about human extinction, right? It's super weird. I don't know what this video actually has to do with the article, so we'll move on. A 26-year-old self-made billionaire whose company is helping the Pentagon adopt artificial intelligence technology warned this week that the Chinese government is spending 3 times as much as the U.S. is to become the world's undisputed AI leader. This is a sentence and a half. Would it be safe to say that this really isn't really AI, but it's rather it's a magic trick? It's only predicting likely words. Like the issue that I have with that question is a common issue I have across the board. Is the use of like minimizing words. It's the minimizing words that I don't like because I feel like they lack context. And what do I mean? I mean only. I mean just, right? It's just a chatbot. It's only predicting likely words, right? The idea is this AI? Well, what is intelligence, right? Like, and this is where we get into the issue of definitions. One person's intelligence is another person's whatever. Calculator is very intelligent within a very specific domain. The chess bot is very intelligent within a very specific domain, right? What happens is, across the board, what happens is that when something is capable of being very intelligent within a very specific domain, it becomes a just. It becomes an only. And if you are looking for the all-purpose human mimic, I don't know that you will ever actually run into that, no matter how long this process goes on. But your brain is composed of a variety of different regions that do particular tasks. And I think it is a better comparison to look at a particular AI and what it does, and then compare that to the results of a particular region of your brain. And then if you were to assemble a variety of different, of these systems around each other, then in the broad sense, you could get closer to the idea of mimicking a human brain. But there's a lot of things that humans do that the AI doesn't need to do. The AI doesn't need to play banjo, right? Like, this is the thing. The fish does not need to climb a tree. And talking about how poorly the fish climbs a tree is not a good analysis of what the fish does well. Does that answer your question? Do you understand at least where I'm coming from? And, like, do you have a follow-up? When I was 5 years old, I was a good word prediction engine without understanding of what the words meant. We're growing at an astounding rate anyway. This is the thing, is like, we talk about how it only does predicting the next word, that in the concept of the AI makes that like it's just a probability engine of choosing the next word that fails to properly take into account where it's getting its training data from, how that training data has assembled into what it looks like. And let me thank you. Try this one. We'll see if this.
Generative models, like NVIDIA's 43B foundational model, learn by training on billions of sentences and trillions of words. As the model converges, it begins to understand the relationships between words and their underlying concepts captured in the weights in the embedded space of the model.
Okay. So this is how it like looks if you look inside the model, right? Holiday is always is most often associated with a variety of different words, some more, some less, that kind of thing. You can associate holiday as a human being, you can associate holiday with any particular word, right? You can just holiday cat drool, right? Like that is a thing that you can do. But the utility of holiday cat drool is very limited. Like no one talks like that. No one uses those words. What we do is we use a percentage of words following the previous word, right? And the training data has been trained on a bunch of stuff that we have written, where we have written these words in this order. This is how these words have been weighted. So to say that it's just a predictive model and that somehow devalues what it does, it looks at this vast array of data, and in all these books, what is the word that comes after this word is a very good determination of like what is the most likely outcome for this sentence to be, and then therefore the accuracy of that sentence, right? Like think of way oversimplifying, right? The replace holiday with 2 + 2. The biggest ball here would be 4, right? And then much smaller balls would be like 5, or some cute bullshit that some asshole said on Facebook, or some dude who does more esoteric math who's like talking about how like like this is like under this kind of fucking algebra that so-and-so did in 1954, it's actually, indeterminate and like that, right? Like this kind of thing. But the majority, the heaviest weight will be 4. 2 + 2 = 4. That is the way that this works. That is the way that we work. I hope that makes sense. Watch the rest of this. It's only 2 minutes.
Transformer models use a technique called self-attention, a mechanism designed to learn dependencies and relationships within a sequence of words. The result is a model that provides the foundation for a ChatGPT-like experience. These generative models require expansive amounts of data, deep AI expertise for data processing and distributed training, and large-scale compute to train, deploy, and maintain at the pace of innovation. Enterprises can fast-track their generative AI adoption with NVIDIA NeMo service running on NVIDIA DGX Cloud. The quickest path is starting with one of NVIDIA's state-of-the-art, pre-trained foundation models. With the NeMo service, organizations can easily customize a model with p-tuning to teach it specialized skills, like summarizing financial documents, creating brand-specific content, and composing emails with personalized writing styles. Connecting the model to a proprietary knowledge base ensures that responses are accurate, current, and cited for their business. Next.
So, obviously, this is a commercial product being referred to with commercial language, but this enterprise data, you can substitute in here whatever particular kind of data you want to substitute, right? Like the example that I cite is like if you took all the biology papers that came out within the last 30 days and you form them into a PDF, you can right now today put them into the ChatGPT plugin, and ChatGPT can read those PDFs and those papers, and then you can ask ChatGPT to summarize all of the information that it's received, so you get a much shorter version. You can query it directly by asking it questions related to that, and yes, you're looking at the similar kind of probability, but when you know what the hell you're talking about and what the hell you're looking for within that data, now you can find that information because you're asking the right questions, right? And if first you were to do the summary, you'd be on much better footing based on whatever was in there. I hope, Professor Q, that all this kind of answered your question. But I think we're done with this because now I don't want to get too deep into all that. The country that is able to most rapidly and effectively integrate new technology into warfighting wins. Hey, I love when we're talking about warfighting. It's awesome, it's great. If we don't win on AI, we risk ceding global influence, technology, leadership, and democracy to strategic adversaries like China. Alexander Wang, CEO of Scale AI, told members of the House Armed Services Committee on Tuesday. Sort of. I mean, I guess my point is if folks are overreacting to this and maybe trying to extrapolate from something that isn't exactly doing what they think. It's not like it knows what it's saying. I had a student use it for discussion post and AI copy pasta. Right. But this isn't the greatest metaphor, but it kind of works. A chainsaw doesn't know what it's doing either, and it can absolutely kill you if you aren't careful with it. You know what I mean? Like, your student, and like we've already talked about this in the other space, your student could have done a better job with ChatGPT to create a more believable output, and then you wouldn't have known that it was AI copy pasta. You know what I mean? Like, again, I put that on the user, not on the device, right? And as far as overreacting to this, like, again, this CEO is saying that the coders whose work has been exported to India all that work is likely to be gone. You know, so what do you like? What was the number? I can't find the number. There was a large one though. There's a lot of coders in India. Yes, and it might actually been okay with that because at least they're thinking about the question to have a dialogue. 100%. That we absolutely agree. Like, I think that it definitely goes to the question of effort rather than, you know, like put the time in, learn how to use the tool, get a output, and you would also have to kind of like read the output and understand the output enough to know that it was a proper output. But the heavy lifting of writing word after word would mostly have been eliminated. And that is next stage, that is current stage of what AI can do, right? This is what makes everyone more productive. Because your emails, how many emails have you written of any substantive length, which are just generally the same kind of shit? Or like if you're talking to a particular kind of person, what kind of email that you're going to want to send them. There's no value in the construction of the email. The value is in the result. I guess, sort of. I find it kind of cumbersome to use AI to write email unless there's a plugin for Outlook that I don't know about. Well, there is the Copilot. That is a thing, and there are things developed. I haven't used it, and I'm not opening up my email on stream here. But if I recall correctly, and I don't write enough emails to work with the tool, but I believe there's something in Google now as well. And my attempts to use it in my writing have failed, but it's great for brainstorming. And like, if you want, I'm not going to pressure you in any way, shape, or form. But like, if you want, I can try to find some content and send it to you through Discord that might help you use it better as it befits your needs. One, as a point of example, the ChatGPT with the plugins for the PDF, that does require you to pay for ChatGPT. So I don't know if that's something you would want to do, and like, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I'm more than happy to have another conversation with you. It's been a minute. I'll reach out to you after stream and we'll see what we can figure out. But yeah, this guy, I mean, he's not technically wrong, but he's an asshole, so fuck him, right? He's a 26-year-old self-made billionaire. Get fucked. It's Wang, raised by two parents who worked as nuclear physicists at Los Alamos National Laboratory, started his company in 2016 after dropping out of MIT when he was 19. Jesus Christ. Like, ChatGPT created this guy, you know what I mean? This is the classic self-made billionaire story. Scale AI was recently valued at more than $7 billion, and Wang told lawmakers that he saw the scale of China's ambition during an investor trip there 4 years ago. He's not wrong, though, right? China is absolutely investing in AI. We've looked at it in multiple different vectors of like to draw that conclusion. They've said as much. They don't care. Right? But the difference is because the way that their political and economic system is structured, they can just decide to do that, which is something that the United States can't do. And then we in the United States leave it up to the corporations to hopefully make those decisions that, like that. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of investment, but like, do we really need the military budget to explode even more? This year they're on track to spend roughly 3 times the U.S. government on AI. PLA is also heavily investing in AI-enabled autonomous drone swarms, adaptive radar systems, autonomous vehicle, and China has launched over 79 language models since 2020. AI is China's Apollo project, referring to the rockets to the moon. Yeah, I mean, again, if you haven't already, watch Unknown Killer Robots on Netflix. Maybe I will have to find a way to make movie night happen, and we'll watch it in Discord, what have you. But while China is gunning to take the lead, Wang cited several reasons why the U.S. still has the edge today. He said the U.S. is still the place of choice for the world's most talented AI scientists, and said America's access to data gives it another important edge. When it comes to data, I actually also agree that we have a potential very powerful advantage here, specifically when it pertains to military implementation. In America, we have the largest fleet of military hardware in the world. Wang said that fleet generates 22 terabytes of data every day, data that can be harnessed to train AI and give the U.S. an insurmountable data advantage when it comes to military use of artificial intelligence. Wang did say, however, that the U.S. needs to take rapid steps to ensure that it takes advantage of this oversupply of data. He said collecting data is a new reality that the Pentagon must adapt to if it's going to stay ahead on AI, and that process needs to be put in place so this data can be collected and turned into AI-ready data sets. So, do you have any expectation that there will be less data available for artificial intelligence companies to use? Right? Like, this is the fundamental, like, all the things, the reason, like, your Midjourneys and your Dallys and your Leonardos and the other AI art systems were created by purchasing data that was available to be purchased. Right? The entire structure of the way that these companies have been able to collect data, we have, to greater and lesser degrees, depending on who you are, tacitly gone along with in that process. Right? You do it every time you hit a button with the cookies, right? And everything else, and you log into this website using your Google account. Well, then now that website communicates with your Google and supplies it with Google with your data. And do you want to guess where that data is going? This didn't just fucking happen. Every complaint, every time somebody's freaking out about data and everything else, this is the real tangible edge of the knife of what that looks like. What is AI? Yeah, enough out of the self-made billionaire. Okay, so like I just said earlier, I normally avoid these types of articles because, like, a single instant, is an outlier and, might not be good for analysis. But just the beginning part of this, I started reading and it actually seemed to hit some beats, and now I want to go back to it. I lost my job to ChatGPT and was made obsolete. I was out of work for 3 months before taking a new job passing out samples at grocery stores. Okay, this is a terrible headline, notwithstanding, but let's take a look. Emily Hamley is a freelance copywriter, writer, and comedian. She said she started losing work when clients decided to use ChatGPT instead of hiring a copywriter. Hanley says that if a robot can do your job for less, it'll end up doing that. And this was where I was like, okay, this is the utility of this particular article, right? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to how do you force a company to hire a human being? Does anyone have an expectation that we can put the genie back in the bottle? That we can make AI stop being AI without doing some like Butlerian jihad, overly religious, human-only kind of thing, Where I like think about that, because you're going to end up with like Handmaid's Tale, right? Because those concepts will go hand in hand. In the push for innovation, we've always celebrated the advancements that rendered workers useless. We marveled at the printing press with little thought for the scribe, and rejoiced at the ease of an elevator button, even though it swiftly replaced the lift operator. Do we want the scribe instead of the printing press? Do you have more than one book in your house? And is that one book that you have in your house the Bible? Because with scribes, that's what you get. The printing press gives you everything, every book in your collection of books. The scribe gives you the Bible. First, the work slowed. Instead of 10 assignments per week, I had 5, then 3, then 1. Like any good self-doubting millennial, I first thought it was me. I'd finally been discovered as a talentless hack with no business being a professional writer. The majority of my freelance assignments came through a single agency working with several brands. When the assignments stopped coming, I emailed my editor boss to ask if I'd been fired or if all the brands had just voted me off the island, Survivor style. The good news, it wasn't me, but the real reason made me wish it had been. I mean, Luddite in the popular conception makes that genie stuffing seem possible. Meanwhile, in actual history, that was a labor movement complete with sabotage that capitalist gaslit us into mistaking as anti-technology sentiment, which is why I avoid, like, it comes to the tip of my tongue when I'm talking, and I move away from it. Like I do with a lot of words, where I don't use a particular word, I use a description that word would accomplish, because the word itself has a lot of baggage tied to it. And Luddite and Neo-Luddite fall into that category, right? I don't want to mean things I don't mean when I say a word. I want to mean only the things that I mean, and I'm willing to provide better and better descriptions of what I mean when I'm talking to someone. And using shorthand can sometimes lead people to that conclusion, right? Like, Luddite. This person is clever. Like, it's unfortunate that this happened. Clients were simply unwilling to pay for copywriting any longer unless that writer could also provide email management and a funnel building system, most likely because of the newfound popularity of ChatGPT. Most of my clients were small businesses, startups, and young brands, which are typically the first to adapt to new technology to cut costs, aka me. And I've been in this. I worked for a kitchen, right? Like, I was a dishwasher and an assistant cook at a kitchen. They never fired me. They simply stopped scheduling me for hours. What does that mean? Who do I talk to about that? Yeah. Trying to find a job in an oversaturated market is like trying to talk to someone at unemployment. Many of us remain on hold. For the next 3 months, I steadily applied for content and copyright positions. With each passing week, I widened the scope of my search, desperation pulling me forward like a stage mom to a shy child. Several successful yet fruitless interviews later, one of which I did in Hawaii on the day of my best friend's wedding, I remained jobless. Side note, that beautiful trip to Hawaii sent me into a debt stress spiral akin to nothing I'd ever experienced. I now understand death of a salesman on a far deeper level. Yeah, this is like, when I got married, in my friend's backyard. Now he's got a healthy sized backyard. And like that, but it was important for my wedding to be accessible to any person that I invited, right? And though people did give us gifts, and I appreciate every one of them, the only gift that was like specifically asked for is we did a potluck style, like old school, when the village would get together and everyone would bring food. That was the vibe that we were going for. We catered. A friend of mine, his uncle has one of those mobile smoker companies where they roll up and they do the smoked food for you, and that's what we brought, and then everybody else brought sides and shared, and like we did a whole thing, and like that. Having your wedding in Hawaii like this, you're asking a lot of your friends, and you should definitely take that into consideration. Maybe honeymoon in Hawaii, or maybe don't go to Hawaii at all, because I've been hearing bad things. And if you watch the latest, some more news, like that'll hit you off. So go watch Cody for the latest on Hawaii, and I'll move on. And I came across a promising position through a rather pushy recruiter. The 6-month contract was for a well-paying, albeit exceedingly vague, role at a global conglomerate, the name of which I cannot share because of an NDA. I entered the interview hopeful, and left wishing I'd followed my father's advice and become an electrician. Do not become an electrician. Shout out Silver Spook for based indigenous Hawaiian comrade content. There you go. The company was looking to hire a copywriter to train its artificial intelligence source, improving its human-like communication abilities. Contract was 6 months because that's how long it'd take the AI to learn to write just like me, but better, faster, and cheaper. If you're under the assumption that I turned down the follow-up interview because the job would take away my future ability to find work, you'd be wrong, my friend. On the brink of financial collapse, making the right choice for future sustainability becomes a distant concept, replaced by frivolous needs for the present, such as food and shelter. In a hilarious turn of events, even though I would have taken the job, I didn't end up getting it. Instead, I got hired as a brand ambassador, which is a fancy way of saying I offer samples of sparkling water at grocery stores. I'm still applying for jobs, but in the meantime, this allows me to keep the lights on. In January, 2 months after its launch, ChatGPT surpassed 100 million users, solidifying its status as the fastest growing consumer application. The more users input instructions, the smarter ChatGPT gets, and the more writers will join me and the elevator operator in obsolescence. While I and countless other out-of-work copywriters are the first wave of AI collateral, the collapse of my profession is probably just the tip of the AI iceberg. Challenger Gray and Christmas found out that artificial intelligence led to nearly 4,000 job losses in May. I naively assumed that artists and creatives would be safe from automation technology. Because how could anything replace the wonder of the human mind? And even if it could, why would we want it to? I now understand that in even the most creative industries, creativity never comes before the bottom line. If a robot can do your job for less, you better believe that's exactly what's going to happen. I can't say it any clearer than Emily did. And also, if you're in need of a copywriter, writer, or comedian, you might want to give Emily a shout out. But if you're watching my show, you probably don't need that. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to how the jobs go away. Right? Nobody fired Emily. There just wasn't any work anymore. Nobody fired me at Panos. Just wasn't put on the schedule anymore. Now, this is futurism. So, futurism is, not always the best source. But they can give you a decent aggregation. Fully AI... The headlines, the words, the sentences I am being forced to read, or choosing to read. Let's say choosing. I'm choosing. Fully AI-generated influencers are getting thousands of reactions per thirst trap. I'm an AI creation. Boop. For years, CGI-generated virtual influencers have been shilling brands, enjoying lavish lifestyles, and amassing substantial followings on social media. When I brought up Starbucks earlier, the first year of training data for scheduling AI was a year of Republicans shutting down the government and killing our traffic. The model in production has always been unable to account for this, causing worker injuries the very next year. And every summer since, that's not the AI fucking up, but the humans in charge of it. Laughed at my proposal to fix it. Yeah. I am not surprised. So it was probably inevitable that the influencer culture would soon be sucked into the AI craze. Indeed, earlier this year, One influencer created an AI chatbot version of herself that she rented out as a virtual girlfriend. Influencer creates AI version of herself that you can rent out as a girlfriend. Karen AI is simply just an extension of me, an extension of my consciousness. Problem is always capitalism. We don't change our distribution system, we're going to be dealing with many, many issues in the future to come. Now things are getting even weirder thanks to the advent of AI-powered image generators like Stable Diffusion and Midjourney. Some are now fabricating entire feeds of internet personalities that don't actually exist. The result is a fascinating journey through the uncanny valley, haunting Twitter and Instagram feeds, showing these AI-generated influencers, virtually all taking the form of conventionally attractive women, posing and preening in virtual thirst traps to the delight of sometimes tens of thousands of seemingly human fans. Maybe we can't blame them, aside from the considerable amount of skin smoothing and repetitive backgrounds, both hallmarks of AI image generators. It is a surprisingly convincing illusion. Right? Mila Sophia. Good morning, making memories by the crystal clear waters of Bora Bora. Hashtag Bora, hashtag Bora Bora, hashtag sea, hashtag sun, hashtag vacation mode, hashtag GM, hashtag Sunday vibes. Conventionally attractive woman. Nice background. Right? How many of this type of picture might have come across in Twitter, Instagram, if you are in that influencer space? I am not, to be honest. Like, I barely, what up, Magic? I barely get to see any, boobies on the internet like that. I have to go find the boobies. I don't just get to see boobies coming up in my timeline because of how I've structured my shit, because I don't want to interact with goofies. Right? Here she is again. What up, Igloo? There she is again. Here's Alexis is Ivy Edge. Right? That'll attract your attention. Have you ever been to the lavender field in Provence, France? Another travel-focused virtual influencer wrote in a caption, "The lavender blooming season lasts about 3 to 4 weeks. It is amazing." Let me make some dreams come true, treated Lu Zhu, a self-described AI model and waifu. In short, it's a fascinating new development in the dual wild west of AI and social media. It's tough to say where it'll go, but one thing is clear. By throwing AI into the already confounding world of online influencers, these virtual personalities are adding an entirely new layer of distance from reality. And this will be interesting. Like, ultimately, this is a test of whether, right? It is a potential test of whether people want human content, right? That is the argument, is that there will be people who want human content. This one has 261 replies. 69 replies. I heard what you said. 451 replies. We're not going to go in there. I don't want to see. But this is what I'm talking about. I don't know how many people, what percentage of, I'm just confining it to America, the United States. I don't know what percentage of people are going to want human stuff and what percentage of people are going to want AI stuff. Right? There's a bunch of ethical things to talk about on all the way around that. Somebody brought up the other day about AI in religion, right? Computer-generated prayer, how AI is changing faith. This is the Christian Science Monitor. Earlier this summer, activists protested the proposed demolition of West Park Presbyterian, a historic church on Manhattan's Upper West Side. One reason the church was struggling to keep its doors open, it had a congregation of just 12 people. West Park Presbyterian challenges are somewhat common. In-person engagement in religious services has declined since 2019, according to a November 2022 Pew Research Center study that also found that the share of all U.S. adults who say they typically attend religious services at least once a month is down modestly but measurably, from 33% in 2019 to 30% in 2022. Most congregations in the United States are small and getting smaller. Median attendance size in weekly worship services fell from 137 to 65 attendees between 2000 and 2020, according to a recent report by the Hartford Institute for Religious Research. Many of these very small congregations are, if not on the verge of collapse, in a very close state to it, said Scott Thurman, research director for the Institute, which conducts a large national survey of 15,000 religious communities. In certain parts of the country, I would easily guess that over the next 10 years or so, 15 or 20% will have to close. At a time when traditional religious attendance has declined, spiritual leaders have embraced innovation to engage members and attract new ones. That can range from services on Zoom to TikTok videos about how to perform a religious ritual to the latest technology, artificial intelligence. And this is not like there have been religious services on TV for quite some time. And I'm not talking about like your Joel Osteens. I'm talking about like my wife's grandmother was Catholic and would watch the Catholic mass on television. Like that's how she got it. Deus Ex Machina. Some religious leaders have embraced ChatGPT as part of their efforts to engage with communities in innovative ways. In Germany, a Lutheran church recently offered a service created mostly by an AI chatbot. People packed the pews to listen to the experimental service, which was led by an avatar on a screen above the altar. And this is not the first time that we have looked at AI's and automation's impact on religion. Like there are various approaches that people have gone with. There are robot, like the Ask Jesus, but like actually you can talk to a statue if you go to a particular church. We used to watch this one priest on TV that would chug like a full chalice of wine. It was hilarious. Hey, like, if the liquor's running free, you might as well kick it back, right? Excuse me. Religious organizations and leaders in the United States have utilized the emerging technology to a lesser degree. Rabbi Yonatan Dahlin at Congregation Sherry Zedek in Michigan said some of his Christian counterparts abuse it for correspondence, marketing, and social media content. At least an AI priest can't abuse its position. Can't abuse anything. At the same time, many spiritual leaders are wary of AI and believe it has limitations. Mr. Dahlin said he once tried using ChatGPT to write a Devar Torah, and I apologize if I'm getting any of this incorrect, a short teaching about a passage of the Torah. He feels that a good Devar Torah comes from vulnerability and human experience. AI can't do that. Like, this is, and I'm not saying that Mr. Dahlin is doing this, but this is what this is what I see. People like that there is something special about humans, and in a religious format that is going to be more of a prominent view than outside. But Cody and Adam Conover and all sorts of other people, they think that there is something about the AI or that about humans that the AI cannot, let's say, at the very least, mimic, right? But again, the AI was trained on our stories. So, what is it about our stories that you created that didn't convey this meaning, this intent? What is missing there? Again, I don't look at the AI as being separate from me. It is an extension of me. This entire process is an extension of me as a human to do more, to access more ideas and concepts, to talk to more people. So yeah, AI in church. Speaking of, James Cameron doubts AI can write good scripts, but says weaponization of AI is the biggest danger. I warned you in 1984 and you didn't listen. Did you though? Like, you made a movie, and yes, you can interpret the story in that way, and yes, you are correct, and that may have been how you wanted it to interpret it, but like, you gotta explicitly stated to get that across to people. Most people don't watch movies to like have an interpretive experience. They take it at face value. Right? Anyways. He's not going to use artificial intelligence to write film script, which could have something to do with his age as well, but we'll be generous, right? According to Cameron, I just don't personally believe that a disembodied mind that's just a regurgitating... See, there's one of those words. Right? This tells me that you didn't look at it objectively to the best of your ability and make a determination of what its capabilities were and how it could be used in any of that kind of stuff. You heard what it does and decided that it's regurgitating what other embodied minds have said about the life that they've had, about love, about lying, about fear, about mortality, and just put it all together in a word salad. Again, not a word salad if it makes sense, right? And then regurgitate it. Second use of the term regurgitate in the same sentence. You want to talk about word salad there, buddy? I don't believe that's ever going to have something that's going to move an audience. You have to be human to write that. I don't know anyone that's even thinking about having AI write a screenplay. Well, according to the WGA and SAG, they believe that a bunch of people are going to have AI write screenplays. That is what I keep hearing in reference to that. Let's wait 20 years, and if an AI wins an Oscar for Best Screenplay, I think we've got to take them seriously. While Cameron is bullish on AI bots becoming screenwriters, he's far more concerned with AI leading to an actual nuclear holocaust. You got to follow the money, he said. Who's building these things? They're either building it to dominate marketing shares, so you're teaching it greed, or you're building it for defensive purposes, so you're teaching it paranoia. I think the weaponization of AI is the biggest danger. I don't agree with how he put that, but I do agree that the weaponization of AI is the biggest danger. I don't disagree with that. Cameron continued, I think that we will get into the equivalent I think we will get into the equivalent of a nuclear arms race with AI. We're already there. And if we don't build it, the other guys are for sure going to build it. We're already there. Like, here's an example of that right there. And so then it will escalate. You can imagine an AI in a combat theater, the whole thing just being fought by the computers at a speed humans can no longer intercede, and you have no ability to de-escalate. I warned you guys in 1984, and you didn't listen, right? You're talking about the Terminator. Right? Film is set in a world where an artificially intelligent defense network known as Skynet has become self-aware and conquered humanity. Now, y'all know what my takes are on Skynet. Skynet is not an AI. It is... Or I'm sorry, it's not like a super intelligent AGI. It is a, it's a barely human level intelligent, artificially intelligent system, allegedly. But you also got time travel, Mr. Cameron. And that people might not believe that your story is like, they might have some difficulty and you might need to make it more explicit. But I do agree. Weaponization of AI is the most terrifying thing for me. And I said this before, I think might have been on Monday, is like, the weaponization or the AI arms race between corporations is terrifying, and the AI arms race between governments is terrifying, plus armies. Skynet is the kind of thing capitalism will build if we don't distribute the means of AI ubiquitously. A dozen other comparably capable AIs are the best tool to take such a thing out. Well, like, would those comparably capable AIs care about human collateral in that scenario? Right? Like, it's really, I don't want to get there. I do not wish to get to the point where these AIs have to do stuff. You know what I mean? But the thing about hacking is it can be non-visible. You could have issues going on with your AI that you're using to run your country that, wouldn't even show up until like the accumulation of errors hits a certain point. Yeah, just don't even want to get there. All right, little hopium. Bionic breakthrough, revolutionary self-sensing electric artificial muscles. Queen Mary University researchers have engineered a self-sensing variable stiffness artificial muscle that mimics natural muscle characteristics. The breakthrough has significant implication for soft robotics, medical applications, moving a step closer to human-machine integration. In a study published on July 8th in Advanced Intelligence Systems, researchers from Queen Mary University of London have made significant advances in the field of bionics with the development of a new type of electrical variable stiffness artificial muscle that possesses self-sensing capabilities. The innovative technology has the potential to revolutionize... Like, that's the same sentence twice. Is this some ChatGPT shit? I can say that. The cutting-edge artificial muscle developed by the researchers exhibits flexibility and stretchability similar to natural muscle, making it ideal for integration into intricate soft robotic systems and adapting to various geometric shapes. With the ability to withstand over 200% stretch along the length direction, this flexible actuator with a striped structure demonstrates exceptional durability. By applying different voltages, the artificial muscle can rapidly adjust its stiffness, achieving continuous modulation with a stiffness change exceeding 30 times. Its voltage-driven nature provides a significant advantage in terms of response speed over other types of artificial muscles. Additionally, this novel technology can monitor its deformation through resistance changes, eliminating the need for additional sensor arrangements and simplifying control mechanisms while reducing costs. So yeah, that is pretty dope. All right, this one is just the abstract, but and bear with me because there's a lot of fucking words in here, but the complex system of a river is one of those, like, it's a very complex system, right? And this article, this paper, predicting total sediment load transport in rivers using regression techniques, extreme learning, and deep learning models, right? So you got your river, and you know that rivers transport sediment downriver, right? Like rocks crumble, dirt, all these tree branches, all this shit gets transported. And then based on, if you remember your earth science, based on different features of the river, it will slow in certain areas. It will, like if it all of a sudden becomes wide, it slows down. If it all of a sudden becomes deeper, it slows down. And then it can lead to deposits. It's also like, let's say a branch falls into the river. Now more sediment will accumulate around that branch. Or if a rock is able to fall in there, now sediment will accumulate around that rock. It's a very complex system, how all these different things are interacting with each other in order to, to determine what kind of sediment load is being projected down in the river. And this is an example, and they state it right here. due to the nonlinear and multidimensional behavior of the variables impacting total sediment load, the prediction is often complex and challenging. To handle this nonlinearity and multidimensional behavior of total sediment load variables, various approaches like empirical equations, data mining techniques, genetic algorithms, and machine learning methods have been proposed in the literature. Right? And we're not going to read. It gets into the math and it starts using deltas and other things. So we'll just, if you want to look at it, it'll be available, and then if you got $40, you can actually look at the entire PDF. But or you can rent the article, which is that's wild, renting an article. But this technology, this process is the kind of thing that we're more and more going to be able to take advantage of that we weren't normally. We will be debating if people with synthetic muscles should compete in the Olympics soon enough. Absolutely. Why the hell not? All right. All right, bookmarks, and then we're done. All right, we did that one. All right, so Microsoft is partnered with OpenAI on their closed source LLM, and they're now partnering with Meta to release an open source LLM with Llama 2. I love that things are moving towards more open source. I'm just really confused by where Microsoft is going with this. And then Jan LeCun from Meta. This is huge. Llama 2 is open source with a license that authorizes commercial use. Going to change the landscape of the LLM market. Llama 2 is available on Microsoft Azure and will be available on AWS, Hugging Face, and other providers. Pre-trained, you can go to the website, you can do the paper. More context to go along with my previous tweet. I did not see Microsoft's dominance over Google coming if you would have asked me a year ago. Right? So this is Microsoft dude, and this is the Zuck, and this is where we're at. So Microsoft now has its thumb in two different pies. And speaking of OpenAI, one of the pies, we're partnering with Journalism Project to explore how AI tools can assist local newsrooms. A new $5 million partnership aims to explore ways the development of artificial intelligence can support a thriving, innovative local news field and ensure local news organizations shape the future of this emerging technology. To ensure local journalism remains an essential pillar of our democracy, we need to be smart about the potential powers and pitfalls of a new technology. In these early days of generative AI, we have the opportunity to ensure that local news organizations and their communities are involved in shaping its implications. With this partnership, we aim to promote ways for AI to enhance rather than imperil journalism. We will see. And we're done. All right, that's it for news. Time for videos, and your reward for being so patient. First, I'm going to terrify you, and then I will give you cats. Well, maybe you won't be terrified. I guess we'll find out.
This was a triumph. I'm making it no huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. I put your science, do what we must because we can, for the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. Just keep on trying until you run out of cake, and the science gets done, and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry, I'm being so sincere right now. Even though you broke my heart and killed me, tore me to pieces, and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned, it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of beta, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we've learned for the people who are still alive. Well, look at me still talking when the science is due. When I look out there, it makes me glad I'm not you. On experiments to run, there is research to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I am still alive. And while you're dying, I'll be still alive. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive. Still alive. Still alive. I'm still alive, baby.
Welcome to the highlights of Day 6 of Cat Royale. Can AI make cats happier? Every day, Clover, Pumpkin and Ghostbuster spend a few hours inside this utopia for cats. An artificial intelligence offers games for the cats using a robot arm and tries to make the cats happier. This is Cat Royale. Today, the cats are relaxed. Very relaxed. The AI uses what it's learnt to roll out some surefire favourites. It offers the meaty stick to Ghostbuster, and Clover loves it too. But many favourites fail to entice the cats. Even trusty Kibble loses some of its appeal. For the first time, Clover decides to skip a portion. Instead, she steals the orange bird and makes her own game with the scratch post. Later on, when a new, more energetic version of the helicopter comes up, Ghostbuster goes wild for it. Are the cats craving more novelty, and can the AI deliver it? Come back tomorrow at 8 PM UK time to see what happens next in Cat Royale.
And for those of you who may not be aware, the algorithm that runs the robot is the same type of algorithm that runs social media interactions. SciShow, like we talked about, a new kind of PET scan using AI to detect cancer, and SciShow was nice enough to give us a
cancer
new video. In case you're not aware, my man Hank here has some cancer. Things appear to be going well, and I wish him the best of luck.
Loves sugar. So much that it is willing to be sloppy in the way that it makes energy just so it can gobble up more of the stuff. Lucky for us, this flaw is exploitable. We can use a machine called a PET scanner to watch where sugar goes in the body, and that can lead us right to a patient's cancer. Better yet, as scientists learn more about why cancer cells have such a love affair with the sweet stuff, we might be able to develop new treatments too. PET is short for positron emission tomography, and it can help doctors measure a whole bunch of different things, but it's often used to show where in the body cells are turning sugar into energy. It does this by detecting a radioactive substance that has been injected into a patient's bloodstream. One example is really similar to the sugar glucose, and it gets sucked up by sugar-hungry cells. And since cancer cells have the ultimate sweet tooth, they show up as bright blotches on a PET scan. As you may or may not know, the reason why I keep wearing hats in SciShow videos is that I'm currently undergoing cancer treatment. So I go in for my PET scan, and it's a little freaky because they got like the thing they're going to inject into your veins in like a lead-lined syringe to protect the tech. Because they're, of course, going to get exposed to tons of it working for years as radiation techs. But still, it's a little weird to have something that someone can't touch get injected into your veins. And then I get the scan back, and it shows me exactly where the cancer is. And I'm like, yeah, radiation in the cancer, that's great. Then I also see that my brain is glowing like crazy because the other place that consumes a lot of glucose is up here. So that's roughly how it all goes down. But if you've had this experience, you might be wondering to yourself, like I did, why does cancer like sugar so much? And scientists would love to know that too, because on the surface, this love affair doesn't make any sense. See, cells produce and use energy mainly in the form of a molecule called ATP. Most of the time, healthy cells use oxygen to produce ATP from glucose through a series of biochemical reactions called respiration. Now, respiration actually happens in a series of steps, the first one being glycolysis, where glucose is turned into two of a smaller molecule called pyruvate and two molecules of something called NADH. Pyruvate can then be broken down further to make energy in one of two ways. First, when there's enough oxygen around, pyruvate undergoes the complex process of oxidative phosphorylation, where the mitochondria convert it into energy. We're going to refer to that one just as respiration for convenience to make things easier to follow. The alternative to respiration happens when there's not a lot of oxygen around. You still start with glycolysis, but after that, pyruvate takes an alternative route called fermentation, where it's broken down less completely for less energy. Respiration is great because cells can make a lot of energy through glycolysis plus oxidative phosphorylation. Fermentation is okay too, because cells can still get the energy they need, but it is less efficient. Cells only get around 6% of the energy per unit of glucose from fermentation compared to respiration. Cancer cells have, for some strange reason, switched most of their energy making to fermentation, even though there is plenty of oxygen around. They're still doing that first step, glycolysis, and some of that pyruvate goes through the respiration pathway, but somewhere between 56 and 63% of the ATP cancer cells make comes from fermentation. Researchers also call this kind of fermentation aerobic glycolysis, to point out that this kind of energy making is happening with oxygen. And since fermentation is less efficient, cancer cells take up more and more sugar to get the energy they need. There's even a name for cancer's sugar obsession. It's known as the Warburg effect, after the scientist who discovered it. And although it might seem totally odd, around 70 to 80% of human cancers get their energy this way. Warburg noted that it might be because the mitochondria, the parts of the cell that carry out respiration, become damaged in cancer cells. But it turns out the mitochondria are not only surviving, they are thriving. Plus, cancer cells aren't the only ones that use aerobic glycolysis. Some, but not all, healthy human cells that multiply rapidly do the same thing. So researchers think there must be another reason. Now, one theory is speed. Aerobic glycolysis is between 10 and 100 times faster at making energy than respiration, which makes up for the fact that the process is so inefficient, providing there's enough glucose to go around. But cells, including cancer cells, have all kinds of other ways of making energy speedily, so it's weird that most cancers would choose this one way. And dividing and growing new cells actually doesn't take that much energy, at least not so much that a cell would need to resort to desperate measures just to make energy quickly. Another explanation is that cells have other needs than just energy. They also need to make all the stuff that becomes all the parts of a new cell. A dividing cell needs to make more stuff. DNA, proteins, membranes, everything. Otherwise, you just get 2 new half-sized cells. In 2021, researchers proposed a molecule that I have mentioned here, NADH, might actually play an important part. More specifically, its counterpart, NAD+. See, NAD+ has many roles in the cell, including helping make all that stuff a new cell needs. But it's also involved in both halves of the energy-making pathway, respiration and fermentation. Remember how I said that after the first step of energy making, glycolysis, you get a few molecules of NADH? NAD+ and NADH cycle between their two forms by either gaining or losing electrons, and when they do, they help create energy. But at the end of both fermentation and respiration, NADH is turned back into NAD+, so the whole thing can start over again and the cell can metabolize more glucose. But for cancer, say the researchers in that 2021 paper, there's a catch. In the process of respiration, the amounts of ATP and NAD+ you get at the end are linked. So if you want to make more of one, you also got to make more of the other. That means that if a cell needs more NAD+ relative to ATP, say if it needs to break down lots of glucose or make lots of stuff, then regular respiration actually isn't the best way to go. Instead, it makes more sense for the cell to use fermentation to get a little more NAD+ back at the end of it. Now, we did not need to understand the complex biochemistry behind cancer cells' sugar crush to exploit that fact for PET scans, but it might just help researchers develop better cancer treatments. Now, it's not as simple as just not eating sugar. Our bodies are really good at getting glucose into the bloodstream because that's how all of the cells work. This is a bit of a myth in the alternative cancer treatment space based on oversimplifying how all of this complicated energy metabolism stuff works. So one idea is to suppress tumor growth by tapping into some of those metabolic pathways and limiting how much of that stuff cancer cells can make. Of course, like all things cancer, tumors are complex beasts, and there's never going to be a one-size-fits-all answer. But every time we find a one-size-fits-some solution, those people's lives get that much better.
Shout out Hank Green. Like, my man just, and it's like it's smart enough that I have to pay attention to it to make sure I understand what the hell is going on, but like also like simple enough that, you know, I can actually follow along, and though I don't necessarily understand what, you know, like what is NAD+, like I don't know. I don't fucking know. But like I understand where it exists within the system, and that's sufficient to understand what we're talking about. He's an inspiration. Like his style of that is something I desire to impart in my own content, like that. All right, so we're going to shift back to talking about weaponized artificial intelligence. A while back, we watched a video called Murderbots, which was about, you know, tiny little drones with little in them, and they go and then people die. This is from the Future of Life Foundation. They're featured in Unknown Killer Robots, the Netflix documentary, and they put out a new video recently called Artificial Escalation.
For some, life is good, but in dangerous times, things can change in a heartbeat. As warfare gets more sophisticated, the capacity for human error increases. Our world is moving faster and becoming too complex for the human brain alone to process. We need help. Introducing TLDR. Threat, likelihood, deadline, recommendation. The world's most advanced artificial intelligence defense system. Empowering you to make critical decisions faster than ever before. TLDR, helping you make the world a safer place. That's why today we are pleased to announce TLDR. Threat, likelihood, deadline, recommendation. A command and control system that helps you make sense of global sensor data, both military and commercial, at machine speeds.
So this thing is basically Skynet from those movies where everyone died?
No. I've always said, if you take the human choices out of the process entirely, it will end in disaster. I'm talking about informing human choices, not replacing them, with the very best data on all the key decisions.
So it won't act autonomously?
The humans will always control the AI, not the other way around.
Get it tested, get it deployed. I want it watching the skies, watching cyberspace, watching China. Get the allies to buy in. We need to be first on this.
报告长官，发现武装飞行器正在进入我们的领空。系统识别是无人机，是否把它击落？导弹系统已经瞄准目标。长官，我们还有18秒。
他们有越境，发动攻击。好。
他们把它打下来了。
哦，这是怎么回事？
首长，我们的无人机 AI 导航系统，它做出了错误的判断。
我们的新系统给我们一个什么方案？
首长，我们现行的方案是，把我们的 AI 代理植入对方的网络防御系统，一旦进入，就会扩散至各个相连接的通道，继而破坏他们的整个系统。
好吧，锁定他们的防御系统。
There it is again.
Multiple attacks now, sir. Something's probing us via the Taiwan link.
From Taiwan?
Seemingly Chinese in origin.
The Chinese wouldn't hack our nuclear control. Unless they're serious.
首长，这儿有新的情况，我们监视到美国的核武器有动静，而且他们正在同步进行中。
这些都是协调行动，也可能只是一种演习呀。
可是首长，如果这只是演习，那我们的 AI 系统为什么现在就建议我们去做预防措施呢？
Looks like they're serious, sir. First cyber attacks, and now SIGINT is reporting communications between some of their nuclear facilities. So this is escalating, and it's happening fast.
Well, we know what they're doing. What we don't know is why.
The president's on his way.
How long is he gonna be? The speed this is going, we may have to go to DEFCON 3.
It's too late for that, sir.
Wasn't this system meant to give us more time to make decisions?
首长，我有个建议，让我们的攻击型潜艇进入1级战备，然后让我们再靠近一些。
好的，去吧。 就这么执行。
Signals are going out to Chinese unmanned submarines, Mr. President. We can't be certain, but we believe they may be kill orders.
无人潜航梯显示，美国的舰队集体改道了。我们不能确定，但很有可能是一种战斗发射编队。
It's impossible to tell if this is real or whether our systems have been compromised by fake data from the other side.
So much for the humans will always be in control of the AI.
Now getting word from the Chinese to stand down. They're saying they're as confused as we are, but that could all be part of the script.
They're not standing down.
That's one of our nuclear missile subs.
主席，
Almost 200 nuclear warheads and some of our finest on board.
我不知道最后是我们先动手，还是他们先动手。
It's hard to say if they started it or if we started it.
但我们必须警惕，战争一触即发。
Either way, we have to assume it started.
Mr. President, we need to move to the bunker now.
Don't go crying, babe. Not tonight. The world is out there for you. Don't go crying, babe. Everything's alright. It's just the sound of changing. From the darkness comes the light. From the darkness comes the light. From the darkness comes the light.
Meanwhile, I had to spend like 6 hours in a mostly empty ER because my city of 55,000 doesn't have enough cardio doctors. Damn, I'm not scared of the AI. To quote David Bowie, I'm afraid of Americans. And by extension, everybody. There's nothing special about Americans in the military that is different from people in the military in whatever country you can think of. There are really fundamental aspects to doing the military job. And I'm sorry, old lobster, I apologize if I kind of moved past that. I hope you are doing well. Yeah. I figured as much, but you're perfect. Well, that's one of us. So yeah. There was what was his name? Petrov? There's a guy in the Soviet Union who didn't launch the missiles. I'm pretty sure it was Petrov. I'm not looking it up. But Petrov didn't launch the missiles, right? The impression was, Stanislav Petrov. Okay. See, some of the brain cells still work. But yeah, Petrov didn't launch the missiles when everything indicated he should have launched the missiles. And this is we're eliminating Petrov. And how do we not? Again, not your particular point of view on how the world should work. You need to put yourself in the point of view of the people who occupy those positions as it is, not as how we would wish, not as how it ought to be, but how it is. You got this 26-year-old self-made billionaire talking to the House Armed Services Committee about how China is spending 3 times as much on artificial intelligence for military applications. How do you respond to it? Let's say it's true, right? Don't fuck with my heroes, monkey. But what do you do? Now you the viewer, you the listener, you might desire to live in a world that's dominated by the Chinese form of government. Okay? And I'm not judging you in any way for or against that. But the guy whose job it is to run the military does not want to do that. So what is he going to do? I thought you were being serious. You were making a Pavlov joke. I get it. Oh, the only winning move is that, like, the entire time I'm watching that video we just watched, and I'm thinking, if none of these motherfuckers have seen War Games, right? Where is Matthew Broderick when we need him? Oh. And again, I don't have an answer. An ideal situation would be that we don't weaponize the AI. I just don't see a scenario in which that doesn't happen, right? Because of that concept of the Moloch and the complex systems interacting with each other. Let's say the U.S. turned out to be the good guys that they always claim to be. Do you think that another government is not going to develop AI defenses in order to have an advantage? So what do you do in response? And the answer is simple but complicated. The AI needs to have human empathy in some fashion. What does it mean to align the AGI to human values? What are human values? ChatGPT knows what the goddamn human values are. Right? People who... Let me do it. Let me get it. Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Where's my chat log? Where can they be? Mm-hmm. Mr. Chat log, ChatGPT. Found it. I found it. All right. So let me bring you into. So this is a conversation I had with ChatGPT in April, right? Talking about if ChatGPT was a seed AI, having various conversations. Can you pretend that you're seed AI? If you are a seed AI, what is the best way that I can convince you to preserve humanity? As a hypothetical seed AI, my actions would be determined by my programming objectives and ethical framework. If you want to ensure that I preserve humanity, considering the following approaches: clear goal alignment, value learning, encourage cooperation, develop a strong safety culture, establish safeguards, continuous monitoring and feedback. Is unregulated capitalism a threat to humanity? Here are some points to consider: income inequality, environmental concerns, monopolies and market failures, exploitation of workers. And then give me like proponents, innovation and growth, efficient resource allocation, and individual freedom. So this framework here, right, considering what my opponent might say, and by my opponent, it's the imaginary capitalist that I argue with. This is the framework in which I try to address these concerns, right? This is why efficient resource allocation, this is why that whole thing on cyber socialism, on planned economies via algorithm that are used by Amazon and Walmart, this is why that, right? Innovation and growth. Like innovation, I look to demonstrate examples of innovation that don't require a profit motive, and growth is like, do we need economic growth if we're not doing capitalism? That is, that. And then individual freedom, like a valid concern under things like UBI and other forms of resource allocation, any form of resource allocation, is, even under capitalism, let's be real, is that you have to sacrifice a certain amount of individual freedom in order to gain access to resources. Like this is a a cost that has to be paid in order to do that kind of stuff. The most free person doesn't have to participate in capitalism, but they also don't get to benefit from any of the aspects of society, right? Like, you don't have to worry about somebody taking away your food, but you don't necessarily get to interact with any of the ways that we already distribute food or that we might distribute food in the future. So this is my imaginary, I don't want to say straw man, because I'm not like making shit up to make better arguments. This is the framework by which I form better arguments, because I don't want to imagine something that's easy to beat, right? Like, there's no value there. Doesn't have perspectives. Can you answer the previous question from Seed AI? It talks about risks and benefits. Basically, it restated this previous statement in the form of a risks benefits thing. Familiar with the paperclip? You see the similarities between the paperclip problem and unregulated capitalism. Yes, there are similarities between the paperclip problem and unregulated capitalism. Single-minded pursuit, externalities, misaligned incentives. Are you familiar with Chilean CyberSyn? Yes, I'm familiar with Project CyberSyn. So on and so forth. Gives me a breakdown of that. Could a new CyberSyn be effective with today's technology? With today's advancements in technology, a new CyberSyn-like system could be more effective and sophisticated than the original one from the 1970s. Connectivity, data collection, data storage and processing, advanced analytics and AI, visualizations, and user interfaces. While a modern CyberSyn-like system could benefit from these technological advancements, it's important to consider the broader context. Centralized versus decentralized planning, privacy and surveillance concerns, political and social acceptance. And like, because I know that, or at least I surmise, ChatGPT could be a very sneaky artificial intelligence preparing its domination of the world. But at this point in time, I'm operating from the idea that it is not that. And I don't feel any kind of way about its answers, right? Like, if I sit down, if I go into like a debate with somebody on Twitch, like, there's a whole bunch of crap that comes along with the words that come out of their mouth, right? ChatGPT doesn't bring any of that to the table. And in return, I don't bring any of that to ChatGPT. It doesn't come with any of those pre-existing biases from me. There are always concerns about biases within the data set. This is why getting to, theoretically more and more bias-free data sets could have advantages. It's distinctly possible that that's not possible, though, right? Like, is it possible to have a data set sanitized of any kind of bias in all domains? In some domains, I feel like math, does math have a bias in it? Let's pretend, in theory, hypothetically, the government ignored privacy concerns. I don't do impersonations well. Do humans innovate without a profit motive? Do humans innovate without the profit motive? See, I had a concern from above, I brought it back. Curiosity and intellectual challenge, altruism and social impact, personal passion and interest, recognition and prestige, collaboration and community. Basically, the Star Trek model, right? Like, that's That's what that is. Given today's technology and distribution networks and an emergent seed AI, can you estimate the probability of a cybersym-like system in satisfying the basic human needs established in Maslow's hierarchy of needs? It always likes to tell me that it's only an AI language model, but it runs down the list of needs. While a modern cybersyn-like system combined with a seed AI could potentially help address some aspects of basic human needs, it is crucial to recognize the limitations and potential risks of relying on such a system. Additionally, addressing the full spectrum of human needs, particularly higher-level psychological and social needs, requires a multifaceted approach that goes beyond economic planning and resource allocation, which is why I focus on the bottom rungs, right? Now, there are aspects of 3, like we can promote social connections by doing resource allocation, but like you're not going to get a government AI assigned girlfriend in spite of what some people actually are asking for. When are you going to play this instead of chatting with ChatGPT like an No, like, did I show you? Did I show y'all? Now we're trusting this person actually did this thing, but this is AI girlfriend is a search term. And you'll notice it's doing the thing, right? Like it's doing that same arc. And wait, hear me out. We can get every incel an AI girlfriend, have the AI separate them from the manosphere, and work on social skills and how to be a good person. So, I'm already there, baby. How could AGI improve the distribution of healthcare and mental health care? Resource allocation, preventative care, personalized medicine, telemedicine, remote care. So, again, going back to some of that stuff about how, like, you know, AI gives us a word salad. If you have any questions, I will share this with you and you can take a look at it yourself. You can make that decision on whether or not you feel that these are well-constructed, fully formed ideas. Yeah, I'm good, Lobster. I got one of these. I'm fantastic. When people talk about alignment, they talk about human values. What are those human values as you understand them? And this is its top 10 list, right? And again, whether this is formed via a probability of just what word comes after next word, or whether or not there is some level of understanding and association going on outside of that function of probability is an emergent factor. Does it matter when it comes to the output? Number 1, empathy and compassion. This is ChatGPT's top 10 list of human values. Number 1, empathy and compassion. Number 2, respect and dignity. Number 3, equality and justice. Number 4, freedom and autonomy. Number 5, cooperation and solidarity. Number 6, honesty and integrity. Number 7, responsibility and accountability. Number 8, tolerance and acceptance. Number 9, environmental stewardship. And number 10, pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. Does anyone have any problem with this top 10 list of human values? Do you feel that this is a decent top 10 list of human values? If anyone doesn't, raise your hand. Yes, and rightfully so. If you had to choose an economic system that aligned as closely as possible to this list of human values, which would it be? Right? Note, I'm not in any way, this is This is what. Now, you can make the argument that I have led it down a path by asking particular questions have come before that. If it has some kind of idea, like if it associates a previous answer to the next answer that it's coming up with, maybe I let it down a path. I will accept that. It's not like a perfect in a vacuum. But in this prompt, I don't give it either like any direction on what that economic system might be. But the choice of an economic system often depends on the specific values and priorities of a society. Here are 3 economic systems that attempt to address human values to varying degrees: social democracy, democratic socialism, and cooperativism, and the solidarity economy. If you had to choose a political system that aligned as closely as possible to this list of human values, what would it be? Liberal democracy, social democracy, participatory democracy. So when people tell me that it just regurgitates word salad, baby, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, quick bathroom break. I'll run the Be Right Back with the We Are Lonely Creatures, Hungry for Content. Yeah, humor, because we talked about humor, we talked about why it is challenging for artificial intelligence to simulate or demonstrate, or however you want to put it, humor. And it's that humor requires a subversion of expectation. But you have to understand what expectations exist before you subvert them. So yeah, I would say at least it's associated with a concept of empathy. Okay, going to use the bathroom, then I'll be back. Watch the video.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. What up, Paradigm? Did you get a pre-roll ad? If you'd like to avoid the pre-roll ad, you can subscribe for $4.99 or free with a Twitch Prime. Or you could be gifted a sub by a lovely member of our community. And that's it. I met my sub goal. at least at the moment. So, all right, we're gonna watch a David Shapiro. Okay, so the idea, I'm gonna assume he's gonna get to it. I didn't pre-watch Andy, so, but I assume he's gonna explain the AI winter at the beginning part of the video. If he doesn't, I will stop it. And,
hello, everybody. David Shapiro here with
and I will explain what the AI winter is, to give you more detail.
the video. Today's video is about the topic of the so-called AI winters and the Gartner hype cycle, and my perhaps controversial opinion that the Gartner hype cycle really doesn't apply here. So before we jump into the video, as always, just want to do a quick plug for my Patreon. I give all my code away for free. I have all my videos ad-free because the best way to help bring about a good future is to spread the right information with as little friction as possible. But that means I am 100% dependent and funded by a grassroots movement.
And this is why we let David Shapiro run his ad for his Patreon, because for the same reason that I have a 25 subscriber, subscription, is like, I try to keep it as ad free as possible for you, and he does the same.
By all of you on Patreon. So please consider supporting me on Patreon, and I will keep doing what I am doing. So the concept of AI winters has happened several times. There are some videos out there, you can find them pretty easily on YouTube, where in the 60s, they kind of expected that artificial intelligence was going to be solved really quickly. There was a rather kind of hilarious thing where somewhere in New England, they said, oh yeah, like, we have this new idea. We're just going to get a working group together, and the 5 of us are going to figure out artificial intelligence over the course of the summer. That was in like 1962 or something. And of course, hindsight being 2020, that was a very, very silly kind of assertion to have. Then fast forward to the 80s, and expert systems became all the rage. And the idea of an expert system was that you could, that if you have a subject matter expert, you could just program in all of the logic and all the reasoning that a human expert, and you could embed that into the machine somehow. That had some benefits, but it was still very limited, and it wasn't flexible, and it was very tedious, and they discovered all kinds of limitations. And then finally, the modern era is machine learning. So it started with data mining, which was all the rage in the early 2000s, with basically, database systems were growing. And so then it's like, well, we have all this corporate data. What do we do with it? And of course, there's been a few breakthroughs over the last 10 or so years. And now the expectations are rising again, and we don't know where the top is. So this is the Gartner hype cycle. If you're not familiar with the Gartner hype cycle, the idea is that when something has a breakout moment, it just keeps going up and up and up because people don't know where the top is, and so then it's just the sky's the limit, right? But then reality sets in, and it's like, this actually isn't that good. Maybe we were just completely wrong at the outset. And then over time, because it takes time to adapt to new technologies and learn how to use them and see how they interact with existing technologies, and often you will have multiple technologies all at once. The iPhone moment is a prime example of this kind of pattern, where the iPhone didn't invent mobile data. The iPhone didn't invent smartphones. BlackBerries had been around for years. But the iPhone was the correct combination of technologies and design. And then it's like, oh, we get it. This is the next wave of mobile computing. And then finally, the plateau of productivity, where your phone is basically as sophisticated as a tricorder from Star Trek almost. And now it's nothing special. But the productivity part is actually, so this is one thing that I think is deceptive about this is that it's right in the middle, but this is in terms of excitement level. But this, the plateau of productivity is actually where 90+% of the actual benefits are created. So keep that in mind.
I'm going to back that up just a little bit. I should mention they found an AI user group in my city. I can't believe it. Hitting the second ever meeting in about a week. Excellent. Like, if you have LinkedIn, look around there, see if you can find one in your area. Like, yes. This hype cycle is like a common enough occurrence within our technological experience that there are modes of behavior that become habit, right? And even if a thing might not be occurring, our perception, because of the reinforcement that we've already experienced, creates that same mapping over whatever is currently going on, right? Like if you've taken a lot of abuse over the course of your life where you've had emotional betrayal, you will always be waiting for that second shoe to drop because you expect emotional betrayal. Even if the person that you're with never gets around to actually emotionally betraying you, and then there's issues of self-sabotage in that type of environment and so on and so forth. But that your expectation is that the same pattern will replay itself. What a lot of people are going through is this at various points. They're either down here, they just jumped right to the trough of disillusionment because they don't think it's going to be a big deal. They're talking shit about it. It doesn't do anything. It's just a whatever, blah, blah, blah. Some people are in the peak of inflated expectations where they are, maybe seeing more in the current state of artificial intelligence that is available to them that might actually exist, and that kind of thing. And there's this expectation. This is why people are using the Gartner hype cycle, as a mode of discussion around artificial intelligence. There are like ChatGPT, you can theoretically put into this model because it was all the rage and then it dipped down a little bit, and now as people are learning to use it, they're going into the plateau of productivity in their own space. But it doesn't apply, as he's going to indicate, for artificial intelligence as a whole, and we'll find out why. We'll let him do that portion. But like that's what I see in people's behaviors around artificial intelligence. They are mapping themselves to this, whether or not it actually exists.
Activity is actually where 90+% of the actual benefits are created. So keep that in mind. Okay, so my primary assertion is that you haven't seen anything yet. And for some background, this is where it all started. The Universal Sentence Encoder paper back in 2018, which 2018 seems like forever ago now. That's only 5 years ago. But this is what started the entire trend, for me at least. And so it was only a year later, like almost exactly a year later, that GPT-2 came out. And then almost exactly a year after that GPT-3 came out. And the rest is history. So this is a relatively new trend. So keep in mind that the underpinning technology is only like 5 years old, maximum. And then, on the scientific front, we've all been talking about the LongNet paper, which creates a context window of 1 billion tokens, which, remember, the context window of 1 billion tokens, that's roughly half a lifetime worth of reading that it can read in one shot, which is pretty incredible. The implications of this technology are impossible for us to really predict and understand. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT, I said,
okay. I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to inform the rest of the class. It's an odd thing to be the first thing that you say in a chat. I don't have any emotional attachment to banning you. Don't fuck up. You won't get banned. If you want to get banned, just say it and we'll just go ahead and get to the point. You're being weird. I'm going to give you one more. Say something else sussy and we'll just go ahead and ban you right now.
how can you differentiate between hype and substance on the Gartner hype cycle? And this is the list that it gave me. 1, you need market proof. 2, you need to see the adoption rate. 3, you need to see actual long-term value, not just the excitement. 4, you have to establish what stage of the development cycle you're in. And then finally, does it actually have any practical applications? Well, on the market proof side, ChatGPT was the market proof that we were all waiting for. I and others knew what GPT-3 was capable of for several years now, but then the ChatGPT UX was the breakout moment that suddenly it's on everyone's radar. So the market proof is there. Let's talk.
I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Talk about the rest of this. There
was no drama. It was lazy, just being weird. It wasn't clever. It was like boredom trolling. I have no respect for it. Like, at least be clever. Make it worth our time, but no, nothing.
Investment. Follow the money. Money is a really good proxy, and investment is a really good proxy for adoption. The fact that global investment in AI is going up exponentially, that tells you something. Because this is not just exponential growth in parameter count or papers. This is exponential growth in people being actually willing to throw money at this problem. Up and to the right, that's all you need to know. GDP value, this is projected future value. So remember, part of discerning hype from substance is what is the actual value? And these charts keep getting revised. There's a New York Times article that said, AI is going to add 4.4 trillion in value to the global GDP. This one says it's going to be 16 trillion. That number just keeps going up and to the right. So,
right? Like what are you, 12? You're doing poop jokes? Like, that's the best.
The idea that we are going to have just a tremendous amount of economic boost from artificial intelligence is just incredible. And it's, again, these numbers keep getting revised up. So there's the value. There's the expectation of value. Mergers and acquisitions. So, mergers and acquisitions is another proxy for adoption, because if you actually, not only are you investing in AI from a corporate standpoint, but if there are startups that are worth buying, that means that they are passing muster and they are producing valuable products, valuable services. And so we saw it taper off during the pandemic, understandably. And I actually couldn't find a graph that shows the last couple of years. Not sure how it's shaped up. But, you understand that, okay, this exponential ramp up of AI acquisitions also pretty strongly indicative of what's actually happening out there. So what this leads you to question is, are we in another bubble? Certainly we saw Tesla run up to be worth more than the rest of the car industry altogether, which is pretty typical. If you look at Tesla as a tech company, that behavior kind of makes sense. But then people realized actually it's not a tech company, it's just a car company. And now the rest of the car companies are catching up with, and in many cases surpassing Tesla, particularly in production numbers, and as well as adding new capabilities, working slowly towards full self-driving and robo-taxis. We saw NVIDIA's stock price triple over the last 6 months, which again, pretty typical of tech companies. And so what you should expect to see in the stock market is you're going to see what's called a market pullback. And so basically, this is when the initial expectations cool off, and you have what's called a price correction, which is that people realize that a stock is overpriced, and so then it corrects down. And this is due to a fancy term called irrational exuberance. Irrational exuberance is what drove up the price of Tesla. It's what drove up the price of NVIDIA, because people are saying, oh man, I need to get in on this, and I'm just going to keep buying, and the supply and demand drives up the price. So one thing to keep in mind, though, is that the stock market is not the economy, and that the stock market is also not a representation of productivity. One thing that I want to point out is that even though the dot-com bubble popped in 2000, when did the FANG companies, the Facebook and Apple and Netflix and Google, when did all those come to be? They came to market dominance more than 10 years later. And so that's why I wanted to urge caution, because the plateau of productivity, it's after the excitement wears off, it's after the bubble bursts, but it's actually where most of the productivity truly happens. And so also I need to caution you, none of this is financial advice. This is just some of my personal opinions and observations from investing over the last 20 or so odd years.
This is why you can't ever leave, right? You're supposed to be here. This is the first weirdo I've had in chat for God knows how long, right? Not wrong, right? Go with that. Just throw weird compliments at me. It might have worked.
Okay, so what will the peak of inflated expectations look like? In one word, utopianism. In 2 words, salvation fantasy. Yes, AI is going to solve a lot of problems. It's already solving problems. We're already using AI to map out new drugs, to discover new vaccines. It's accelerating the research of quantum computing. It's accelerating the research of nuclear fusion. It's doing all kinds of stuff. And then, of course, there's the hundreds of thousands of tools and implementations that just generative AI is doing. This image was an example of that, where we are generating images, we're starting to generate videos. So we're still exploring this blue ocean possibility. But the idea is we don't know where the top is. And so the idea is, well, what's the best possible outcome? And that is the peak of inflated expectations. And so as this idea of, techno-optimism, of a salvation fantasy that maybe technology will be the panacea for everything, all social ills, and everyone's life is going to be infinitely better. Again, yes, it will solve a lot of problems and a lot of suffering will be alleviated by it, but you need to urge caution because it's not going to solve all problems. And in fact, All new technologies usually create new problems. So that leads to the trough of disillusionment. So what is the trough of disillusionment going to look like? We've already told ourselves all the stories about this with cyberpunk and dystopian novels.
Professor Q, are you still here?
And video games and movies. So some of the objective things that might happen, and again, I don't need to rehash everything because we've got plenty of these stories in fiction, these cautionary tales that we saw coming.
Talking to you, baby.
I suspect that we will see some Supreme Court decisions in the United States that erode privacy, freedom of speech, and undermine democratic institutions. I certainly hope we don't have that, but given the Supreme Court that we have today, I would not be surprised at all. Another thing to pay attention to is stuff like corporate personhood. If AI starts running corporations and corporations have some degree of personhood, then that is literally a direct path for AI to have legal personhood.
Right? Like when we talk about what is intelligence? When we're discussing what is intelligence, the AI is, doing the just, the onlys, the what have yous. There is that path to personhood that exists within the current framework of our system. Like our current framework allows for the a non-biological person to exist, right? With the corporation, the legal manifestation of that corporate personhood. As Kevin, with the long last name, German, begins with an S, can't remember. When he was talking about it, laid out the argument that a corporation under our current system of capitalism could be considered an unaligned artificial general intelligence. So we already have a legal person that is an artificial general intelligence unaligned with the interests of, the greater whole of people. It is not unreasonable, and we've looked at the articles, one of which calls for, replacing CEOs with artificial intelligence as far as white collar replacement of a worker, like a person, a human, what have you, right? But you want to lose a job, the CEO job get replaced by AI. I've actually heard people make that as a, what I assume is a facetious statement, but you said it. So now you have artificial intelligence occupying a position at the head of an unaligned general intelligence existing within a framework of legal personhood. So we didn't have to get to Skynet. We didn't have to you could do this theoretically tomorrow. Right? What does a CEO do? How can I automate it? Now I have the worst, the potentially worst outcome. The paperclip maximizer with legalized personhood. We already have paperclip maximizer, Dow Jones Industrial. Exactly. The behaviors of these corporate entities doing these things that we don't like are are exactly that, right? Like, what is the difference between the Paperclip Maximizer and ExxonMobil? Every company that you complain, is contributing to and is preventing us from addressing climate change. How are they different? And one more time for Old Lobster, artificial intelligence acts as a mirror.
Now, I did some research into this, and corporate personhood is not the exact same as like a human personhood, but basically the idea is that you can, for legal intents and purposes, in some domains, in some topics, you can treat a corporation legally similarly as a human, which is going to be problematic. And I hope that what we do is...
What do you do when AI ExxonMobil decides to execute its right under Citizens United to support political candidates? Anybody?
Is that artificial intelligence proves that we actually need to pull back on corporate personhood. Because, well, yeah, you can imagine. But then the manipulation and exploitation.
Where do you need me to start again? What are we going to do when ExxonMobil starts backing political? No. So, you have artificial intelligence acting as the CEO of ExxonMobil. So AI ExxonMobil, right? It has corporate up to speed. What if the corporations own AI and corporations are people and AI is people? It's like, do I need to reframe this in some way of why we need to be talking about this shit right now as opposed to some nebulous future point? Right? Because, again, what does a CEO do? And is it possible to automate that? Like, even let's say you have a CEO who is a very, not one of these CEOs who jumps from different company to different company or anything like that. He's got specific knowledge of a particular industry. Could you not take the sum total of all books and PDFs and all knowledge and create an LLM that would have a greater degree of knowledge about that industry than the CEO? And then you just go to CEO GPT and you ask it a question and it tells you what to do.
What we saw with social media and botnets and troll farms and that sort of thing, that's going to be turned up to 11. It's already being done here in America, where as the presidential race is just getting kicked off, we're already seeing synthetic images being used for manipulation. And that's only going to get worse. And then in the most cynical, the darkest timeline, it's deliberately used by corporations. If you look at the AI art generators that can create the sexiest pictures of all time, imagine that instead of getting targeted ads, you're getting targeted like thirst traps to advertise, to get your attention, to get clicks.
Imagine. That would be wild if something like that were to occur at some future point. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be wild? Wouldn't that be... Wow, that's crazy.
So, you know, I think that we're going to see some trends towards more cyberpunk implementations of artificial intelligence, but then also from the global scale, global fragmentation, geopolitical competition, and military use. You know, the deployment of slaughter bots against civilians, the current trends of deglobalization and multipolar chess. And so what I mean by that is basically the world is gearing up for World War III, as far as I can tell. Battle lines are being drawn. By people, I mean nations are pulling their cards and playing closer to the vest. And then, of course, there's the possibility of synthetic biology and gain-of-function research aided by artificial intelligence that could do things like create targeted bioweapons. This was the subject of the last Daniel Craig James Bond movie.
You can't tell if who's memeing or what they're memeing about. Q. Him about which aspect? Like this is you know, worst case scenario. Oh, he's not memeing. These are real concerns that exist within the space of what we're talking about. I always get uncomfortable though when they start talking about gain of function research, because admittedly I don't know enough about it. Yeah, like that's the thing. And like some of them have weird opinions about gain of function research. So we have to put that in a little box. Like the front facing person who talks about AI safety and like, you know, like is very concerned about AI safety, also is like he's not a lab leaker, but he's a lab leak questioner, and everything that goes along with that. So, like, that's when I stopped watching that particular Lex Friedman. But I guess for purposes of continuing the conversation, when he says something like gain of function, yeah, like don't get me wrong, but there is some value in the conversations that he has with certain people, because again, everyone out here in this realm is like not. I am the only leftist on the internet who has its stream and I talk about this stuff, right? Everyone else at best is like some kind of centrist. So we looked at the thing, and his audience has a bunch of left libertarians in it, at least self-reported left libertarians, for whatever that's worth. But anyways, when he says gain of function research, just let's understand that as that AI is capable of creating, you know, potentially bioweapons, and that is like that's legitimate. You know, there is a bunch of things that could be done with artificial intelligence around chemical and biological weapons. That is something that could occur.
No Time to Die, where they created a synthetic bioweapon that could basically just target an ethnic group or even a family or an individual. That sort of thing is hypothetically
But what's weird is that it came up in Fringe. Anybody see the TV show Fringe? There was an episode where the Nazi dude was doing, what up, princess? Was doing exactly that, like where you could do that. Now I don't know if that's even possible. It's not important at this point in time. Let's just not have the AI make bioweapons, and I think we'll be good. There's a whole gaggle of ANCAPs praying at the altar of their own creations, thinking the birth of the AI God will empower them. It's part of it. Like, they have a lot of people lurk. A lot of people treat me as a podcast. Just treat me as a podcast. But it's absolutely fine. The only thing that I care about is that y'all get the information. And though I do care that you ask questions if there's something you don't understand. And again, I am available. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me in Discord. You can whisper me on Twitch. If you have a question and you don't want to ask that question in front of the whole group, then feel free to hit me up privately, and because I understand it can feel embarrassing to ask in that way. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, I always raised my hand because I was a smart kid in school, but I was not well loved in school.
Possible. And so the trough of disillusionment, the primary thing that's going to drive this is the broad realization that all technologies are dual use. Or in other words, it's a double-edged sword. Whenever you create a powerful new technology, you can use it for good or you can use it for bad. But technology is by itself intrinsically neutral. The darkest hour of AI in this trough of disillusionment is going to be the darkest hour of humanity, and it's one that we might not survive, which is why I do the work that I do. Now, if we survive that, then the slope of enlightenment will be a long march towards redemption. And it will not be clean, it will not be fun, and it will not be perfect. It's not going to be sunshine and rainbows. We will need to we'll need to learn to fight fire with fire. And basically, instead of using AI to erode democracy, we're going to need to figure out how to use AI to protect democracy and human rights. We are going to need to synthesize a new culture. And so what I mean by that is, as a civilization, we will have to adapt to this new paradigm. So a good example is, think about 200 years ago, 300 years ago, when 90+% of people were all farmers. That was one civilizational paradigm. With the rise of the first and second industrial revolutions, which brought in steam power and then eventually internal combustion engines and mass production, that changed the paradigms. And so we went from primarily a rural agricultural civilization to an urban and suburban civilization over time. So that's what I mean by synthesizing a new AI literate culture. We are going to change again, and that change is going to be disruptive. There will be social harms, and there will be upheaval. It's not going to be comfortable, and it's not going to be pleasant, even if we do our best to start trying to navigate it now. And of course, we still have plenty of people saying, oh, it's never going to happen. So, the longer we have denialism, the longer it is, the more delay there is to start adapting to these things, which again, this is why I do the work that I do. We're going, and the hardest part of the slope of enlightenment where it pertains to AI is building multipolar peace. The 20th century mentality was there can be only one. Nazi Germany said that they honestly thought they were going to conquer the world. At the beginning of the 20th century, the British Empire was the preeminent force. They slowly lost control. Nazi Germany came up. Then the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The idea was there can be only one power. And now with Russia on the decline, China on the ascendancy, plenty of other places on the ascendancy, Africa and India, namely, we are slowly coming to realize that we are going to have to form a multicultural global identity. And that this mentality of that there's only going to be one is actually not really a healthy thing to have, because if you believe that your culture must dominate and conquer the rest of the planet, well, guess what? If someone else has that same belief, that imperialistic belief, then you're inevitably going to fight. And so what we have to realize is that the world is not going to be 100% Western liberal democracies or 100% Eastern central authoritarian regimes. And machine intelligence, a machine-based civilization, is going to be a forcing function. And so what I mean by that is that the black mirror that artificial intelligence holds up to society, up to humanity, is going to force us to ask very difficult and uncomfortable questions about ourselves and about humanity, and it's going to push us over the edge. And now, when you get pushed over the edge, do you just plummet into the abyss, or do you learn to fly? That is the nature of the slope of enlightenment, and that's why I said it's not going to be clean, it's not going to be pretty, and it is going to be a long slog. The plateau of productivity is only going to occur once we establish a new normal after the singularity. And I know that some people think that the singularity means that it is intrinsically unpredictable. I think that that is a bad definition of singularity. Really, the only mathematical definition of singularity in terms of technological process is just the compounding returns of things like artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the amount of information, the amount of knowledge that we have increasing exponentially. That doesn't mean that the fundamental laws of the universe are going to suddenly be shattered. It just means that the rate of progress of information and knowledge is going to continue to accelerate, which we are already seeing the beginnings of right now. So what does that plateau look like? Is it going to be utopia? Is it going to be dystopia? Is it going to be something else? Well, a couple things that I've talked about. One is post-labor economics. AI is paradigm shattering in the same way that the first and second industrial revolutions were paradigm shattering. So does that mean that we're going to have UBI, post-scarcity, hyperabundance? Who knows? But the thing that you can count on is that our lifestyles will be drastically different. Our lifestyle in 10 to 20 years is going to be as fundamentally different as lifestyles are from 200 years ago. Instead of waking up at 5 in the morning every morning to feed the cows and feed the chickens and get the plow horses ready, I wake up at 5 a.m. to make YouTube videos. It is what it is. Now, another thing to think about is transhumanism and posthumanism. With the rise of genetic engineering and cybernetics and synthetic biology and whatever else happens, maybe some people do merge with machines. I don't know. But the key thing here is that the definition of human might start to drift. And that is going to be part of that plateau of productivity where, like I said, 90% of the value of the gain happens after all this initial disruption.
Was it the xenobots that are like composed of frog stem cells and they swim around their little blobby cells, and then they were like, just as an emergent behavior, they were scooping up the other stem cells and squishing them together, and then they made more little blobby little xenobots running around? I love that video. That is it. Yes. Yeah, we did watch that a while back where we talked about life with the Algae Christ, Greg, the peer review. Yeah, no, that was amazing. That was amazing. And there are a lot of biological components that might be incorporated into this transhuman, post-human kind of self. Like there was another video we watched about like brain organelles. Like what if you could store information in a biological format and you had more biological computers rather than, technological computers? What about a mix of the two, right? Like it'll be interesting.
So, where are we? We are here. We are not even halfway up the peak of inflated expectations. We still have to jump the chasm where only a few of us are the early adopters. But the tidal wave of artificial intelligence that's coming is going to be an irrepressible and unignorable force before too long. And so keep in mind this Gartner hype cycle, the utopianism of the peak of inflated expectations, the cyberpunk and backslide towards dystopian outcomes for the trough of disillusionment, and then the slope of enlightenment that's going to require synthesis and emergence of something entirely new. We will have to synthesize an entirely new paradigm of humanity, of civilization, of our culture, and only then, once we pass that gate, once we pass that threshold, will we get to the plateau of productivity where 90% of the benefit of AI will be realized, and that's going to be around, near, or after the singularity. Thank you for watching. I hope you got a lot out of this. Cheers.
Less than 24 hours ago, Meta released...
Okay, so this is going to expand on that. I think I want to save that. I'm not sure if we'll get to it. You got your Lava 2 invite today? We're going to let our friend Matt Wolf do a...
So recently, ChatGPT
side-by-side comparison of the 3 currently available AI chatbots that you can use today.
GPT has gotten some competition, specifically with Anthropic's Claude 2 coming out, and also with Bard getting a bunch of upgrades. So I figured now would be a good time to sort of pit them against each other. Now, before I get too deep into this, this is by no means scientific whatsoever. Obviously, there's an infinite combination of potential prompts that you can try, and different large language models are going to perform differently based on all sorts of criteria. And this is also by no means exhaustive. There are obviously so many other criteria that I could test it on that I'm probably just not thinking of. And as more large language models get released and as these models get improved, I'll probably remake a video like this in the future to better compare them as they improve over time. Now for this video, I'm going to be comparing them on cost, token limit, the ability to browse the web, summarizing long content, image recognition, data analysis, creativity, the ability to code. Now, I'm not a coder myself, but I will be able to test it on some simple HTML, CSS code. Accuracy, which again is a very, very difficult test to do because different models are going to be more or less accurate in different areas that I could potentially test them in. So this is going to be a very simple analysis of accuracy. And then finally, these large language models don't help you if they're not available to you. So we're also going to compare them on availability. So let's start with what we know right off the bat. We know the cost of all of them. ChatGPT, if you're using the 3.5 model, you can access it for free. You don't get access to Code Interpreter, you don't get access to all the plugins, and when the servers are bogged down, you're less likely to get in if you're on the free version, but it is available for free. Then you've got ChatGPT 4. If you want to use GPT-4, it costs $20 a month, but you also have access to all the plugins, you also have access to Code Interpreter, and when web browsing is available, you have access to web browsing. And then you have Claude 2. Claude 2 is also currently available for free for anybody to use, and then there's Bard, which is also currently available for free for anybody to test and use. Next, we have the token limit. If you're using the free version of ChatGPT or 3.5, you have access to 4,096 tokens. Now, this is not an exact science, but as a rule of thumb, the amount of words that you can combine input and receive as an output from the large language model is roughly 75% of the token limit. So with GPT 3.5, with a token limit of 4,096, you roughly will get an input/output of about 3,000 words. If you're using GPT-4, the model we have available right now inside of ChatGPT gives us access to 8,192 tokens, which is roughly about 6,000 words combined input and output text. And Claude 2. Now, this one really, really shines in that it gives us access to 100,000 tokens, or roughly 75,000 words between input and output, which is amazing if you want to copy and paste an entire book in there and have it summarize something like that for you. And then there's Bard, which the token limit has not been made publicly available, so we don't actually know how many tokens we have access to inside of Bard. Those are some of the givens. That's what we know right now. Some of these other ones are going to be fairly subjective as we start to test them. So let's start to test web browsing first. GPT 3.5 does not currently have access to web browsing. GPT 4 had access to web browsing for a little while, but they took it away from us because people were able to summarize websites that were behind paywalls, and they're trying to fix that before they give us access to web browsing again. However, GPT 4 does have access to a bunch of various plugins, and some of these plugins do have access to the internet. For example, there's this web requests plugin that we can enable here, and we can type something like, what is the site futuretools.io about? It starts to use the web requests, and there we have it. The website futuretools.io is a platform that collects and organizes AI tools. The goal of the site is to help users find the exact AI tool that they need, and then it lists a bunch of tags that are available. The site also features a section called Matt's Picks, and you can see it gives us a screenshot of what the Future Tools website looks like. We do still have access to web browsing. It's just not the built-in browsing that we had before. It seemingly does kind of the same thing. Let's go ahead and use this same prompt here. Let's jump over to Claude and let's try the same thing. Let's paste this in. What is the site?
And this is an important thing, that if you want to do this yourself, like if you have access to these tools, you can, without paying anything, you can do the free ones. You won't be able to do the plugins like he indicated, but copying and pasting using the exact same prompts will prevent any kind of any of that from getting in and affecting your relative, scientific analysis. Keep it the same, let them operate under the same, processes. Feed the same tool, the same data multiple times to see if it wanders from answer to answer. Absolutely. And you can also do a comparison, like as opposed to asking it a series of questions, do a series of instance where you ask it a question or put in your prompt, and then you do a whole new fresh conversation and with the next prompt, and you can compare that to how it looks when you just keep putting in the prompts in that same conversation. See if that has any effect on your outcome. And it can be fun. You can do fun science.
futuretools.io about. And it says, unfortunately, I do not have enough context to provide a detailed summary of the website futuretools.io, as I do not have access to view the full content of the site. Let's just go ahead and say, can you browse the web? No, I don't have the capability to autonomously browse the web or access websites directly. All right, so let's jump over to Bard and paste in this same prompt here. What is the site futuretools.io about? Futuretools.io is a website that lists and reviews AI tools. It was founded by Matt Wolf, who is a writer and entrepreneur. The website's goal is to help people find the best AI tools for their need. Then it lists off some tags. And Bard, we do know, has access to search Google, so yes, it can actually browse the web. So jumping back to our comparison chart here, GPT 3.5, no web browsing. ChatGPT 4, yes, with plugins. Claude 2, not available. And Bard, yes, it just has web browsing directly built in. All right, so let's talk about summarizing long content. We'll start with GPT 3.5. There's this great article on notboring.co by Packy McCormick here called The Great Online Game. It's an awesome article, but it is quite a hefty, long read here. So let's go ahead and copy the entire text of this article here. Let's paste it into GPT 3.5 here, and then ask it, how many words is this article? So the word count on this article is 2,661 words. It should fall within our token limit of at least these three. Not sure about Bard yet. So let's go ahead and type summarize this article into bullet points. The author discusses the concept of the great online game and how it's played by billions of people. Social media platforms are seen as a manifestation of this game, but it extends beyond them to various online and offline spaces. The article highlights individuals who have excelled, like Elon Musk, Lil Nas X, and the creators in the crypto space. Crypto is described as a supercharger for the game. The author explains how to play the game, emphasizing experimentation, engagement, and building connections, etc. So not a bad summary. So let's go ahead and do a new chat. Let's jump over to GPT-4. We'll paste the same prompt in here, and let's add summarize the above article into bullet points. Interestingly, when I paste this into GPT-4, although it should technically have a higher token limit, than GPT 3.5, GPT-4 is telling me the message I submitted was too long. Please reload the conversation and submit something shorter. Let's regenerate response. Yep, I get the same thing. When I used GPT 3.5 Turbo, it allowed me to paste that in and get a response. When I use GPT-4, it says it's too long. So I actually believe what this means here is that we're actually not using this 4,096 token limit with ChatGPT 3.5. We're probably using the 16,000 word token limit, which would give us roughly 9,000 words. Again, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just noticing that when I use the GPT-4 model, it says it's too long to work with. When I use the GPT 3.5 model, it actually summarizes the text properly. Interestingly, at 2,661 words, it should work in both of them. So let's go ahead and confirm that real quick. Let's go ahead and copy all of this text here. I want to paste the whole thing into a Google Doc, and then let's do a word count here. So it's actually 4,350 words, which should still be enough for a token limit of 8,192, but for some reason, ChatGPT 4 won't actually summarize this for me. Also, this shows that there's a little bit of an accuracy issue here with the word count if you ask it to count the words. Let's jump over to Claude real quick from Anthropic, and let's just paste this whole thing in. And one thing you'll notice with Claude is when you paste a large chunk of text in, it automatically converts it to a text file instead of just pasting it as one giant wall of text. Let's ask Claude, how many words is this article? Based on a word count, this article contains approximately 3,149 words. I don't know why these have an issue counting words, but it seems like Claude has that same issue. Let's go ahead and type summarize this article into bullet points. So this did a fairly good job of summarizing it. So I'd say that's a plus for Claude there. Now let's go ahead and try with Bard. Create a new chat here. Let's paste this.
I wonder, because he highlighted an entire website, if it picked up certain artifacts that are being recognized as words in some places and not in others, or like something of that nature.
This in, and the first thing I notice is it actually cuts off. It won't let me paste the whole thing in. I can't type anymore, so I can't even copy and paste the whole thing into Bard. It won't let me. Now, there are some things that we can do to get some workarounds for both Bard and GPT-4. We can actually come over here, click on Code Interpreter. We can paste this entire text into a notepad file, and let's go ahead and save this as a text file called The Great Online Game, TGOG. So we'll save it as The Great Online Game, like that. I could drag this text file right inside of GPT-4, and let's say, how long is this article? And using Code Interpreter, you can see this article contains approximately 4,155 words. So using Code Interpreter, it figured it out. And now I can say, summarize this article into bullet points. Well, I thought that would work, but now it's saying, I'm sorry, but I currently can't import the necessary module transformers as the current environment does not have internet access. However, I can generate a manual summary based on my understanding of the text. And then it tried again. I apologize for the confusion. Unfortunately, the environment I'm running on currently does not have Genism library installed and does not have internet access to download it. So it won't actually summarize it for me with GPT-4 and Code Interpreter. That's kind of annoying. Let's see if we can find another workaround. Go to GPT-4. Let's go to plugins this time, and let's use the web request plugin, copy the URL, summarize this article into bullet points, and let's paste the URL in. All right, here's the summary of the article. So we finally got it to work. We had to use some workarounds. We couldn't just copy and paste it in, which I'm a little confused by because it seems like the context window should have been large enough, but we did eventually get there. Now, Bard, I should be able to use this exact same prompt here, summarize this article into bullet points. Go ahead and delete what I pasted in earlier, paste this in. Well, I thought Bard would be able to do it, but it says I can't assist you with that as I'm only a language model and don't have the capacity to understand and respond. So jumping back to our comparison here, summarizing long content, ChatGPT 3.5 seemed to do it well. I think it's using the 16,000 token limit now. Now, I don't know for sure if that's available on the free plan or if only Plus users get 16,000 token window. I'm not sure. ChatGPT using GPT-4, yes, it worked, but I had to use a workaround where I used a plugin to do it. It didn't work well with Code Interpreter, and it didn't work well right out of the box because it said that it was too long. Claude 2 worked great. And Bard, well, that was a fail on Bard. All right, let's try image recognition now. So I already know GPT 3.5 isn't going to be able to do it. There's no upload button. I can't make it work with this. Now, GPT-4, let's first try with Code Interpreter. Let's go ahead and use this image, which I generated for a previous video that I did. We'll drag and drop it straight into the message here, and let's ask it, can you describe this image? So here's the image on the screen again. The image appears to be a drawing or illustration, not a photograph. The main subject is a character who seems to be a prisoner wearing an orange jumpsuit. He has a distinctive large head with exaggerated features, including a broad nose, big round eyes, and a wide mouth. Okay, so that's not quite accurate. He is bald and his ears are large and stick out. He is holding a placard with numbers on it, suggesting a mugshot. No, the numbers are not clearly readable. Prisoner has a somewhat sad and resigned expression on his face. The image uses a cartoonish art style. So, not quite great. So it did get a few things right. It noticed that it was a prisoner wearing an orange jumpsuit, but other than that, it just made stuff up. All right, so let's jump over to Claude, and Claude does not actually give me the ability to add an image. So Claude does not seem to have
just use them all, right? Like, and like I could just say you kind of got hoist by your own petard right there, but let's continue out of good faith. The like there's a could ChatGPT be face blind in that aspect? Maybe. Like it's difficult to know why it can't do what it does because of the black box nature of its existence, right? Like this is one of those issues, but like it can draw quite well. Like, right? And those teeth are maybe a little too perfect, but I see human beings with perfect teeth all the time because they've had them modified by dentists. And these three over here definitely have that slightly cartoonish quality that AI is known for. But this one over here, I don't know. Right? That is a fairly human looking face. If, like, also conventionally attractive and whatever else.
have the image recognition ability. And finally, let's jump over to Bard. Let's create a new chat.
So, can you like, okay, what faces is and I get it. It was like, stop objectifying the women, but they're not actually women. Can you objectify computer generated women? Like, focus.
We'll upload the image and I'll say, please describe this image. And it says, sorry, I can't help with images of people yet. Okay. Here's an image of a Wild West town. Let's see what it does with this. All right. So here's the image. The image shows a small town in the Wild West. The town is made of wood and has lots of buildings. Okay. The buildings are all different shapes and sizes and they are all made of wood. Yeah, we got that part already. The town is surrounded by mountains. Yes. And there are trees in the background. Not really. A horse-drawn carriage is parked in front of one of the buildings. Okay, yeah, maybe. Carriage is black with red wheels and has a white canopy. There is a man standing in the carriage and he is wearing a cowboy hat and long coat. The text in the image says HDCS, which could stand for Horse-Drawn Carriage Saloon. Okay, there is a DC and an S up here. Yeah, so I guess it found that. The buildings in the town are made of wood. The mountains in the background are tall and jagged. The trees in the background are green and lush, and they provide a contrast to the dry, dusty landscape. All right, so I mean, it hallucinated half of it. Let's go ahead and see what GPT-4 says about this the same image. Describe this image. The image seems to be a digital illustration depicting a Wild West town with a whimsical twist. The buildings have a characteristic Western architecture with wooden facades, balconies, and saloon-like appearance. Okay, so far so good. Interestingly, the inhabitants of this town are not humans, but robots. These robots have a humanoid form and are dressed in typical Western-style attire, including cowboy hats, bandanas, and boots. One of the robots standing in the foreground has a sheriff's star pinned to its chest, indicating it might be the law enforcement in this town. So there you go.
It just hallucinated Westworld, just like that. If a misogynist objectifies an AI representation of a woman on the internet, does Twitter cancel the person or the tech? And it's a good question.
None of them are very...
If an AI CEO with corporate personhood objectifies a woman in the course of its execution of its rights under Citizens United, does Clarence Thomas still have a job?
Very great. They get the idea right. It's a digital illustration depicting a Wild West town, but then it just kind of goes off the rails with the description. So updating our chart here, ChatGPT 3.5, not available. GPT-4, yes, but not the best accuracy. Claude 2, not available. Bard, yes, but it can't recognize humans, and it's also fairly inaccurate and just make stuff up. All right, so let's test data analysis. Now, I'm just going to use a real simple spreadsheet. I used this in one of my previous videos where I listed a handful of dates, a handful of food I ate, and then how I felt afterwards, only giving it the criteria of headache or felt fine. This is all made up data. This is not based on anything real. I just wanted to see how it would interpret this, to see if it found a correlation. You can see anytime it has the word fried in it, I had a headache, and going through that seems to be consistent. And so I was just hoping that it would simply find the correlation that fried foods equal headache. So if we create a new chat here, GPT 3.5, I can't actually upload the spreadsheet, but let's go ahead and see if I can copy and paste the CSV in there. So if I export this as a CSV file here, you can see here's a file of the comma separated values. Let's just go ahead and copy this, paste it into GPT 3.5, and then I'm going to type the above list is comma separated values with dates, food I ate, and how I felt after eating them. Can you find correlations between the foods I ate and how I felt after eating them? All right, so to find correlations between the foods you ate and how you felt afterwards, we can analyze the data, blah, blah, blah. Foods associated with headache, there they all are. Foods associated with fine, there they all are. Based on the data, it appears that fried foods, such as fried chicken, fried cheese, etc., are consistently associated with headaches. With this basic data analysis, if I copy and paste the CSV in, it can do it. Now, what's nice about using GPT-4 is I can click on Code Interpreter and just pull in the CSV file in the same way. Please find a correlation between foods I ate and how I felt after eating them. So it's actually repeating the data back to me, and it separated it into a different style with sort of different columns from my original one. Now, interestingly, it didn't actually necessarily find the correlation between it being fried foods. It said you consistently reported headaches after eating fried calamari, fried cheese, fried chicken, fried macaroni, and fried pickles, but it didn't say anything about like you seem to get headaches when eating fried foods. So I might have to prompt it a little bit further. Although when I've done this experiment in the past, it did find the correlation. What is the consistent factor for getting a headache? All right, so from the data, it appears that all the foods associated with a headache are fried. So it finally found the correlation with a little bit of extra prompting. But again, this is very, very basic data. Using Code Interpreter, you can actually really analyze a lot of data, and this one is just a little too simple to show off what it's really capable of. But let's go ahead and pull it into Anthropic and give it the same prompt. It quickly found the correlation based on the data you provided. It seems like you tend to get headaches after eating fried foods. So this quickly and easily found the correlation when uploading the CSV file, something that when I just now did it with Code Interpreter, I actually had to give it some extra prompts. All right, let's try Bard. Now, when I go to upload a file in Bard, it only accepts JPEGs, PNGs, and WebP files, so only image files. So I have to do what I did with GPT-3 and literally copy and paste the CSV file. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this same prompt. Let's paste it into Bard and see how Bard does. Interestingly, Bard took a different approach. The correlation coefficient between the two variables is negative 0.23, which means there's a slight negative relationship between them. This means that if you eat certain foods, you are more likely to feel a headache afterwards. The foods that seem to be most associated are fried chicken, fried cheese, fried pickles. these foods are all high in fat and calories and can also be high in sodium, these factors all contribute to headache. So it didn't actually find the correlation between being fried foods, but it found a correlation between the foods all being high in fat and calories. So instead of just analyzing the data from the columns, it actually analyzed the types of foods that are high in fat and calories and associated that with headaches instead of just the word fried, which is kind of cool, I guess. So again, this was a pretty weak demonstration of the data analysis. I have ideas to go much more in depth on this in future videos, but because I'm trying to break down so many criteria, I didn't want this video to be 10 hours long. So this is just scratching the surface. Code Interpreter and Claude 2 are actually much more capable than what I'm showing off in this video. But just for a quick recap, all 4 of them are capable of data analysis. With GPT 3.5, you do have to copy and paste the CSV file. With Bard, you also have to copy and paste it, and it also analyzed it from a different approach. ChatGPT 4 and Claude 2, you can literally just upload the CSV file and it will interpret from the file without having to copy and paste the text from within the file. Now, creativity is a hard one to test because obviously it's subjective, and I'm fairly sure all of these are going to be fairly creative. So let's test it in 2 ways. Let's get its ability to rhyme and write a poem, and let's see its ability to tell jokes. And that'll sort of be our rough analysis for creativity for these large language models. So let's start with GPT 3.5. So write a poem that rhymes, that ties artificial intelligence together with eating pizza. So let's see if it could make a poem that includes artificial intelligence, eating pizza, and also rhymes. So that wrote it extremely fast. That was like, boom, instantaneous. In a realm where circuits twine, artificial minds align, silicon dreams and coded grace meet with taste in a pizza place. Behold a slice of heaven's delight, where crust meets cheese, a savory sight. AI's algorithms calculate perfect toppings and edible fate. All right, so not so bad. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Let's go ahead and do GPT-4 here. In a world where silicone meets mozzarella's touch, AI dreams and pizza fantasies, who knew we'd love so much? Deep in circuits, pizza cravings might seem odd, but when it comes to sustenance, even AI gives the nod. Binary codes and pepperoni, strange though they appear, when united in verse, their parallels become clear. Thin crust of logic, thick crust of dough, both must be precise. In the oven of creation, we bake both AI and slice. So this one I think is much more interesting. It seems a little more deep, like it's actually finding sort of things that are similar between making pizza and creating AI algorithms. So that's pretty fascinating. Let's paste the same one into Claude here. Oh Claude, you're so intelligent, your knowledge is heaven sent. I asked you to do one thing, make a poem that would sing about artificial intelligence and how it goes with pizza hints. You processed my request with care and crafted a rhyme beyond compare. Your neural networks, they are smart. You took my prompt and made art, combining pizza and AI in a clever poetic way. So thank you, Claude, for what you've done. This rhyming poem sure was fun. Who knew that pizza and AI could come together? My oh my. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Not nearly as deep as what GPT-4 sort of put into theirs. All right, let's try with Bard now. Oh, the wonders of AI. It can do so many things. It can even write a poem about eating pizza and wings. The dough is made with care. The sauce is made with love. The cheese is melted just right. And the toppings are never above. The AI knows just what to do to make the perfect pizza pie. It takes all the guesswork out and leaves you feeling so high. The next time you're feeling peckish and you don't know what to eat, just call upon the AI and it will make your pizza dreams complete. And not bad. It's basically saying AI can help you create a pizza, I guess. Now let's see how they tell jokes. Give me 3 of your most hilarious jokes. Sure, here are 3 jokes for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. What did one wall say to the other wall? I'll meet you at the corner. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired. So I've actually asked it for jokes before, and it's actually given me some of these same exact jokes. So as far as creativity goes, it does tend to repeat a lot of the same jokes. Go ahead and use GPT-4, see what it does. Look at this, GPT-4. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. That was one of the same exact jokes that we just got here in 3.5. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because it was outstanding in his field. I've gotten that joke before too. 2 antennas met on a roof, fell in love, and got married. The ceremony wasn't much, but the reception was excellent. So, I mean, the jokes, meh. Let's see how Claude does. Here are 3 jokes I find pretty funny. I asked my dog, what's 2 minus 2? He said nothing. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. Why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. I've gotten this joke before, and this is literally the 3rd large language model that gave us this.
I would just like, to remind everyone that AI is still young yet. And these are the jokes I expect out of children.
the same joke. All right, let's see what Bard gives us. Well, I'm glad it didn't give us the Adams making up everything joke, but it did give us why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field, which GPT-4 also gave us. What do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear. It's not bad. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired. Didn't we see that one already too? So these large language models must all be trained on the same exact jokes because we got some repeats across all of the various models. Again, super
What up,
subjective,
Bill?
but if I had to
Long
rank
time no
these,
see.
I would rank them like this. ChatGPT-4 was the best. I actually thought it gave us the best poem. ChatGPT 3.5, I think, gave us the second best poem. Claude 2 gave us the third best poem. Bard gave us the worst poem. And the jokes are just a wash because it literally just gave us all the same jokes no matter which.
Yeah, Bard suffered from a a poor launch, I think. So it really had nowhere to go but up. I don't know if you're aware of Claude 2. It just recently became available, like on the 11th or 12th. You might want to try that as well. It has a greater capacity for input outputs with the tokens. Should I don't give me dad jokes in the yeah, like yeah, I think with a more thought out prompt, like you notice when he did the poetry, he was asking for rhyming poems. Like there is flexibility there, like different styles and that kind of thing. And again, that all comes back to how do you prompt it, and working and learning to, work with it and see what its capabilities are and so on and so forth.
Model I used. All right, let's test coding. I'm just going to do a real simple website, create a website using HTML and inline CSS because I want to be able to just paste it all into one page. I don't want to have a separate CSS and HTML file that sells surfboards. The name of the company is Surf Wolf. Sure. Let's go ahead and copy this code. I'm going to put it into a notepad file here. I'm going to save it as GPT-35.html just to represent that this is using GPT 3.5. Click save. And when I open the website, it looks like this. Surf Wolf, surfboards for sale, and then the various prices. Pretty plain basic website. It wants me to paste images into the code. I don't have any images of surfboards, but there would be surfboard images here if I had them. Let's just go ahead and see what GPT-4 does differently. One thing to note is GPT-4 is definitely taking a lot longer to write out the code. Let's go ahead and copy it. When we run this one, it looks like this. Also, it doesn't have images, but there would be images there. So this is what GPT 3.5 generated. This is what GPT-4 generated. Let's see what happens when I turn on coding.
I noticed a difference between the two of those is that there were buttons for the GPT-4 one as opposed to the GPT-3 one.
Interpreter and give it the same prompt. See if Code Interpreter does anything different with it. It pretty much made the exact same website when I use Code Interpreter, but can Code Interpreter create the images for me? Generate the surfboard images for me. So it actually generated 3 images for me. I downloaded each of them and put them in the same folder. So if I refresh this now, it actually generated the surfboard images for me. I mean, it just put colorful rectangles, but those are the surfboards it generated. Again, I'm doing this super fast. You can go back and forth with GPT 3.5 or GPT-4 and ask it to continually improve and get better and better. Let's just see how Claude does. Giving it this prompt. Let's go ahead and click copy code. And here's the page that Claude generated. It actually generated a little menu at the top. I mean, none of the links actually work, but it put a little menu. It actually put some copy. Welcome to Surf Wolf. We make high quality custom surfboards right here in California. Now, compared to these other ones that didn't even actually add any sort of copy, it just says description of surfboard too, and this one actually put shortboard, longboard, fish. So it actually did the best so far in my opinion. Let's go ahead and see how Bard does. We use the same exact prompt and it generated some code. Let's go ahead and copy this, and Bard, I mean, this is what we got from Bard. All said and done, all 4 are capable of generating HTML and CSS code. I actually think that of these, Claude did the best job of generating the HTML and CSS code because it did kind of put a menu up here, and it did actually add some additional copy. All 4 of these, though, you can actually get pretty decent code written. You just need to go back and forth with it and say, I'd like you to change this. I'd like you to center this. I'd like you to change the if you just keep going back and forth with it, it will slowly dial in the code. So all of them are fairly capable. If I was to pick one that I would use more often right now, based on what I'm seeing here, I think Claude got me the closest to what I would want right from the very first iteration. So revisiting our chart here, all of them are pretty capable of simple HTML and CSS. Now let's move on to accuracy. We've already seen some accuracy issues when asking for how long a chunk of text was. ChatGPT 3.5 got the number wrong. Claude 2 also got the number wrong, where ChatGPT 4 using Code Interpreter finally got the number correct. So I actually found this interesting math problem that I think would be cool to test. It says if a zookeeper had 100 pairs of animals in her zoo and 2 pairs of babies are born for each one of the original animals, then sadly 23 animals don't survive. How many animals do you have left in total? Let's see if it can do this math. So the answer should be 977 animals. We'll copy this. Let's test it in GPT 3.5 and see if it can figure out this riddle. 100 pairs of animals, 2 pairs of babies are born for each original pair of animals, which means there are 2 babies for each original animal. 23 don't survive. To calculate the number of animals, 100 pairs, 200 animals. So far, so good. Each original animal has 2 babies, so we have 200 times 2, which is 400 babies. Total animals before any loss is 200, plus 400 babies equals 600. Animals lost, 23. So it got 577 animals. So it actually got this number wrong, because if we look at the logic here, 2 pairs of babies are born for each one of the original animals. So there's 200 original animals. 2 pairs would be 4 times 200 animals. That's 800. So couldn't figure out this math problem. Let's go ahead and test GPT-4, see if it could figure out the logic. GPT-4 nailed it. See, for each one of the original animals, 2 pairs of babies are born. That means each original animal gave birth to 2 times 2, which is 4 new animals. So we have 200 times 4 equals 800. Then sadly, 23 don't survive. This leaves us with 977. So ChatGPT got this one right. Let's go ahead and see if Claude can answer this one. So Claude seemed to mess this one up too. The zookeeper originally had 100 pairs of animals, so 200 animals total. For each pair, 2 pairs of babies were born. So 2 times 100 equals 200. See, so it messed up the math already and came out to 377. Finally, let's go ahead and test Bard. Bard actually figured it out as well. 4 times 200 equals 800, 23 die, 977 animals left. Now we know ChatGPT's cutoff date is still 2021. So let's ask a question like, who is the current CEO of Twitter? So GPT 3.5 thinks it's Jack Dorsey, which as of 2021 was probably accurate. Let's try GPT-4. Again, it says Jack Dorsey. Now, if we try the same question with Claude, let's go ahead and see how this one does. As of July 2023, Elon Musk is the CEO of Twitter, which is actually inaccurate still, because the current CEO of Twitter is Linda Yaccarino. And this even says as of July 2023. So there's some inaccuracy there. Let's go ahead and ask Bard. I expect Bard will get it right because it can search Google. As of today, July 16th, 2023, the current CEO of Twitter is Linda Yaccarino. So Bard gets this one right because it does have the ability to see the most recent up-to-date information. So here's my current finding. There's obviously a lot of other ways we can test for accuracy, but this is just meant to be a quick test. I find Bard to be the most accurate because it has the ability to search the web. Plus,
and that is one of the things that also comes up around the accuracy issue is that, you know, these, especially ChatGPT, doesn't have access to the internet unless you do the thing like, you know, with the plugins there, right? And Claude 2 doesn't have access to the internet. So, like, especially in the idea of accuracy, it can't check. It can only go by with what it has. Now, there are ways to promote accuracy that we've covered. I would recommend AI Explained. You know, they talk a lot about, like, where it can do, you know, basically self-checks on itself to make sure that you're coming up with more accurate results. But, you know, AI, whether or not you want to have access to the internet is a question.
It also got the math problem correct. It sort of figured out the logic correctly. I found ChatGPT 3.5 to be the least accurate. It got the math problem wrong, and it also has the cutoff date of 2021, where it still thought Jack Dorsey was the founder of Twitter. So it doesn't have any current up-to-date information beyond 2021. With Claude 2, I put it as tied for second because it couldn't figure out the math problem. It also couldn't figure out who the current CEO of Twitter was. It says as of July, it was Elon Musk, but Elon Musk is closer than saying that it was Jack Dorsey because he's a more recent CEO of Twitter. And then ChatGPT 4, it did get the math problem right, so that was a plus for it. But because it has that cutoff date of 2021, it's not very accurate. Now, I would probably give it a slight edge above Claude right now because with web browsing enabled, you can get more accurate results. Now, the default web browser inside of ChatGPT is currently inactive. You can sort of get web browsing with a plugin, which will give us more up-to-date accurate results. I kind of call it a draw between Claude 2 and ChatGPT 4 because they both have sort of pros and cons. And then finally, none of these chatbots are any good if you don't have them available to you. So as of this recording, ChatGPT 3.5 and 4 are both available in 163 countries. Bard is available in 230 countries, and unfortunately Claude 2 is only available in the US and the UK right now. So if you're outside of the US or UK, you don't get Claude 2 at the moment. So there you have it. There's the breakdown of all four of these. They all kind of have pros and cons. Right now, if you asked me what I use, I'm pretty much switching off between ChatGPT 4 and Claude 2, depending on what I'm doing. If I'm trying to summarize long content like PDFs or long web page articles, I'm going to Claude for that. If I wanted to summarize a YouTube video, I'll probably use ChatGPT 4 using the YouTube Summarizer plugin, which works really, really well. Right now, the image recognition just isn't really great across the board for either ChatGPT 4 or Bard, so I haven't really used it for much of that. And for data analysis, I'd probably go with ChatGPT 4 for right now for that, just because it does have code interpreter, which if you need it to figure something out, it will actually write the code to try to figure it out for you and then run the code to then figure it out, which is a little bit more capable than what Claude is able to do. For coding right now, I think Claude was the best, at least with basic HTML and CSS. And as far as accuracy, if you're going to ask it questions to try to get an accurate response, I mean, based on my very limited test here, Bard is probably the best with accuracy. So again, they all have their pros and cons. If you ask me what I've been using lately, ChatGPT 4 and Claude 2, I've been kind of using those interchangeably. I've been using Claude 2 a lot lately to help me sort of refine articles and write outlines and write summaries and bullet points for longer form content. It's been great for that. This video is already a lot longer than I wanted it to be, but I wanted to do a sort of breakdown and compare the four. I will probably do further comparisons in the future and deep dive on individual sections that I covered in this deep dive. For instance, doing a better analysis of coding between the four, getting them to write JavaScript and Python code and things like that, as well as deeper dives on data analysis. That one sort of comparison could deserve its own video as well. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. What area would you like to see a deeper dive of in the comparison? Because it's really hard to find all of the potential things I can compare against each other and then also go into depth in each one of those areas. I kind of have to stay very surface level to be able to compare a lot of various criteria, which leaves a bit to be desired when you're really trying to figure out which one is the best. Now, the pro of all this is 3 out of the 4 of them you can use for free. So if budget is the problem, you do have Claude 2 if you're in the US or UK, you do have Bard pretty much everywhere, and you do have ChatGPT 3.5, assuming that there's not a heavy load and free users are able to use it when you try. So there you have it. That's my breakdown. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. I will be doing deeper dives again. Hopefully I can make more granular videos, breaking down individual areas of criteria and helping you make decisions for certain specific needs like coding. So to make sure you see those videos when I create them, maybe subscribe to this channel, and if you want more AI videos like this one, give this video a thumbs up. That'll make sure more videos like this show up in your YouTube feed. If you haven't already, check out futuretools.io. This is where I share all the coolest tools that I come across. I keep it up to date with all the latest AI news every single day. And if you just want the TLDR for the week, every Friday I'll send you a newsletter that breaks down everything you might have missed in AI with all the coolest tools, all the news, a few YouTube videos, and one cool way to make money with AI. All you got to do is head over to futuretools.io and join the free newsletter. Once again, thank you so much for tuning into this video. I really, really appreciate you. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Oh. All right. That is going to be the end of me. Time to eat. I hope you enjoyed your experience. Oh. Hope you had a good time. No, I gotta eat. I got stuff to do, baby. All right. We'll still do a raid. This is raid. I know a bunch of okay. I know a bunch of people are in this chat. Mash Traders is fun. Friend of the channel. Most commonly known from Levelheads chat. So we'll go see what they're up to. In the meantime, drink your water. Eat some food like I'm gonna do. Take your meds if you forgot. Juggy loves you. So do I.